Alright. Live stream chat. There we go. Okay. Hang on, I gotta lower the game a little bit. It's too loud. That's already a 50? Alright. Pretty sure this game has controller support. Alright, so for context, earlier, I think last year, I played the Coffin and leyley, the first two chapters, because it was up to chapter 2 at that point. Since then, Act 3 has come out, but they've only done the decay route. So we were on Burial, and I had to replay the game to some extent to get to decay. Cool beans. I'm not expecting a Grime Soul. Had to manage the ritual, I wonder. It is unlikely you'll be of any use. Surprise me, little one. Damn. Confusing system persists. Yeah, so from what I understand, damn, that's crazy. That's part of what's up. No. Yeah, from what I understand, this use the eraser. Yes. No, I guess not. Interesting. Sparta, how's the audio going? Weird. Okay, I understand. So we probably have to go through. We have to go through every single thing. All right, cool. How do I do this? Okay, I got it. Nice. Also, hello, Mangler. Oh, okay, this sucks. Okay, so... Okay, I think I have it. Hang on. Yes. Because then we do it like this. Alright, cool. Yeah. I had it almost immediately. Like, oh, okay. Fuck. Alright. So... Alright, let's check here. Because we have to close off loops, so we have to do it in a way that doesn't immediately screw us over. Alright, give me a second. Okay, so... No, we can't do that. Shit. Alright, this one's gonna require some planning. Okay, hang on. So I'm fairly confident. I think we just close off the right. Let's do that real quickly. Nope, already fucked up. Yes. Okay, I think the game plan is close the loop on the right first. That gets rid of the variables there, and we don't necessarily... It doesn't look like we need them to come back. Okay. And then I do this. Then I do this. Then I do this. Then I do this. This into this. Okay, so now no. Okay, that's right. Because then we do this. Do this. Yeah, alright, cool. Thought so. Took me a bit of a second longer, but nice. I hope it doesn't. I'll say another. Oh, there's no food on these plates. I see. Hmm. So we have to open. Oh, okay. So now we have the ability to open the books, and presumably it's a one-way trip as well. Yeah. So I'm not sure what soul we are at the current moment. Looking to cook. All right. Looks like we have to cook dinner. Hang on. That's what I came for. Yeah. Hopefully you guys are doing well. There's no cashier. Nutrients on display. New consumables. Okay, that's kind of weird. So what am I supposed to do here? Presumably... Well, since we're in the burial route, it shows a lemon mother, a lilac father, as well as a green son and pink daughter. Oh, wow, that's scuffed. Okay, so we'll do it like this. Hang on. I have no clues on how to do any of this, but if I had to make a guess, it has something to do with the faces, but I'm not sure. It's time o'clock. Okay, yeah, so obviously I'd have to grab something from here. I guess we could just try to make them all the same faces first and then work our way down from there. So let's just... Not seeing any changes. Okay, so there's no service. What do we do here? There's gotta be a clue somewhere here that can help me. Yeah, it sounds like I want to cook something. But the problem is that the game won't let me cook. No, Sparta, they're all the same family. Hello, Rock and Alice. Like, I know what the colors are supposed to mean, that's obvious, but like, the problem is that what's... Oh, you know what? Okay, hang on. Ashley's happy. Andy's sad. That guy's... Yeah, hang on. No, that... I feel like that'd be correct. And won't you cook? How embarrassing. I know it's not what you put, but I'm gonna say it anyways. No cookie, no bitches. Damn. Am I missing something? Okay. So, I mean, we haven't... I don't think we tried all the faces yet, to be fair. So, we could try all the faces first. Okay, that one doesn't work. I'll blank. Alright. Okay. Nothing. No changes. Nothing happened there either. Okay, I have to just be angry. This is the decay route, but the dad's never angry with the mom at any point. Wouldn't his father be sad? Hmm. The problem is that the game doesn't really point you in a direction here. Because I've checked everything. Unless there's something on this little island over here I haven't seen yet. Because logically what you would assume is you would get food, put it to cook, and then do something else. I guess I didn't do it at the time. Like, I'm checking to make sure I didn't miss anything before I, like... It has to be, like, the faces. Like, that has to be the situation. Okay, so maybe the mom's happy. No. Let's try that one. Okay, so... Mom's happy. Dad's not done with it. Dad would be blank. Ashley would be angry, and Andy would be indifferent, maybe? I feel like there's gotta be a red herring somewhere here. Can we go back out? Nope, we're stuck in here. I don't want to have to look it up, but, I'm drawing a blank here. Let's try the mom again. There's no cues either. The dad's the green one? We can try that, but that shouldn't be the case. Because they're, the game has color coordinations. Okay, Ashley's more likely got the Mask of Happiness on. Or maybe Andrew has the mask and Ashley's the one who's angry. Nah, I'm pretty... Yeah, no, it's over here. Mother's lime green, father's lilac. Yeah, because they're color coded. So the dad for sure has to be blank, unless the mom's the indifferent one. Like this. I feel like this is the correct one. I'm gonna have to look this up right now. I'm gonna feel so stupid about it. Damn it. Oh, hang on. Is there anything I haven't tried yet before I look it up? Because I don't want to look it up. I feel like I can figure this out eventually. It's just that, like... The game doesn't give you any indication if you're right or not on any of this. Because presumably the clock would swap over or something would change, presumably. Unless I have to check every face and then go around? Change Ashley to happy? Okay, so... I also don't like that the loop breaks on occasion. Because it makes me believe like I've gotten somewhere. Okay, so in the decay route... No, Andrew would be angry. Because in the decay route, Andrew would be upset with Ashley. Because this is decay. Gosh darn it. I'm gonna feel so stupid about this, watch. It's gonna be something fucking super obvious. Manly badass hero. To the rescue. Okay, so decay part 1. Give me a second. Damn it! Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. So, I guess I was wrong about the emotions. Because I guess what I should have done... No, fuck you, Kyle. I guess actually being upset kind of makes sense because Andrew's not getting along with her right now. I guess that was my mistake. So I had the mom and the dad originally right. The mom would have been angry and the dad would have been, like, blank. Power went out of my neighborhood. Sorry to hear that, Rockin' Alice. But I guess I got Ashley and Andrew wrong. The ghost can't leave work before 6. Okay, so now we're going to go to the clock and turn that to 6, presumably. No. We can't do that yet. We can't do that yet. Because if we do, then the cashier leaves. Ha-ha. Croissant. Croissant. It's about, how about you turn the clock 3 p.m. so I can leave? I'm sorry, Kyle, it doesn't work that way. I wish I could. I return groceries into food. I'm so good at this. Alright, so... You think it's military time or not? Acquired leyley ghost. Excellent. So which soul are we then? Whose soul are we supposed to be in this scenario? Come to me, leyley ghost. Oh. Okay, we're playing as Andy then. Or I guess Andrew. Lime won't sit next to Pink. Lilac will sit anywhere but on the left. Pink won't sit anywhere except Grime Soul. Alright. Lilac should sit here. Pink should sit here. Lime should sit here, and we sit here. Perfect. This tells me absolutely nothing. How can a Grime Soul have such a mundane... Ah, I see. You have misdirected me well, Grime Soul. Now I'm actually curious. You must be quite the liar to have such an instinct intact in your current state. You want to show me what you want to show me lies underneath this facade. The last thing you want is for the big scary thing to see anything. You want to escape with nowhere to run. Stubborn. You think about the things that hunt. You try not to, but you can't help it, and it makes you recall memories and thoughts you had. Okay, yeah, so we are playing as Andrew. Yeah. Interesting. There are things you must take care of before you have the luxury of doing your homework. This allows people to yell at you from great distances. Okay. So as long as we follow a pseudo path, we'll be fine. Still more laundry to be done. Motherfucker. Be quiet about our neighbors. Can we go over here? Oh, we can. A study board. The lesson looks unfinished. Okay, yeah. Pinko's excited to show you her artistic endeavors. You're the one who has to clean this up. Alright. Okay, so that means more than likely... There has to be a lore reason why the game is doing that. It can't be a gameplay one, because there's no reason for that to be a gameplay issue. Alright, phone call. Hi, did you finish your part of the group assignment yet? Not rushing anything, but you kind of left this hanging. Well, just get down right by. Alright, so we have 2 keys now. And presumably we can get a few more keys by cleaning up the wall and probably putting your TV. Chick's very proud of herself. This isn't working in there, get the walls clean up, pink ghost around. Yeah, so we have to go over here. Presumably. Or check the doors. I had to bear with her for a bit. Can't you do as much? I thought you were better than this. I'm not asking for too much here, am I? Got knowledge. Look, just shut up and do as you're told. Since when were you this unreliable? Stop acting like the world owes you something. Required knowledge. We need 2 more keys. 2 more keys. There we go. Pink also watch anything. That's probably where she picks up some more interesting language. Yeah, so we're playing as Andrew right now. I'll probably join in a bit. Sounds good. I'm just here vibing for a bit. Oh, fuck off! Nice. Oh, boo, poor you shut the fuck up, you spoiled little shit. You got no idea how good you got it. Yeah, because this chapter delves a lot deeper into the actual childhood they had. Every single day, I go work at a dead-end job, getting shit left and right. I work my ass off, keep a roof over our heads, keep a educate and watch over your sister. Okay, so I've acquired everything. So now we do the homework, presumably. Or not. Oh, no, I get it. I write it on the whiteboard, of course. How to be a walking disappointment. Didn't need to study on that one. I was right, you are not quite there yet. Maybe in time, but for now, I propose a friendship. I will mark your soul so that I can find you should you call for me. What do you say? You don't understand what that means. Being not profusely just a piece of thing. Delightful. Farewell, growing soul. I look forward to your hatching. Oh, before I forget, here are the promised vegetables. Are we learning the true backstory of Rin that everything he did is just to crash from getting an F on homework? Wow, how dare you. Perfect, it reads on your test. This has gotta be a mistake. Well done, Graves. Keep it up, you'll be going places. Your first are full marks. Oh, look how proud he is. Maybe you really could be going places. No. I mean, those places could be so far away you never have to come back. Oh, look at that. Hope. No, you can't do that. You don't have enough mana. Can't do it, so our spell cost is halved. Do it, didn't say. Let me see. Andrew, it's your sister again. As called her what she is. A cunt? Damn! She did call my mom, she'll call you a cunt too? Gosh, that's her bag. Wanna go throw her in the toilet? Hey guys, what's going on? I'm just playing the Coffin of and leyley right now. This cafeteria actually is cleaner than the one I had at my school. Hi, Andy. Okay, so if I understand, this was his current girlfriend, and this one was, I think, the girl they ended up killing. I can never get some lesson. They can't. They're both at work, except today as it happens, but she doesn't need to know that. Well then, please ask them to call me back. Will you pick up the phone after 6? Never mind. I'll have your sister delivered over there now. She'll deliver it straight to the nearest trash bin. Hi, the Dante pizza delivery. Siver from League of Legends interact with each other, like a normal pizza delivery situation. He's just asking for pizza. I knew you'd come after me. Yeah, I wonder why. You're just sitting with your own friends at lunch. You're gonna be left out otherwise. I'm already left out. How about those two you were doing the hour sign with? But they're so annoying. Sounds to me like you fit right in then. Damn. Want to skip class together? You'll do no such thing. Please try me some friends. Alright, is that what we have there? Also, low mango. I see you there. Principal's an extremely busy man. I will say regarding principals, at least in my school experience, I think the only principal that genuinely seemed super busy was my middle school principal. The elementary school principal seemed to always have a lot of time on his hands. You don't think Dante would end up giving Siver a big tip? Dante can't afford to pay for pizza half the time. I'm pretty sure that was like a point in the anime that he has a massive tab. Red Dusk, not every interaction with Dante and a pizza delivery girl ends up like a fucking 1980s adult film. Come on now. Be reasonable. There's no test Monday like study, so that tests at your age don't count for squat. Besides, you can study at your grandparents. Now, where's Ash when you get going? I think she got detention. Not again. What was it this time? Actually, don't tell me, but it was Miss Cunt being on brand again. She always gives me the stink eye. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you had to do your job. You know, a job you're getting paid for. What do you become a teacher if you hate kids so much? Everyone knows Dante's almost as much of a dick as his father. Well, according to the second novel, his father was actually nicer. This is actually kind of true regarding like teachers and being like student relations. There are some teachers who just did not like being teachers to students. It's almost like it's kind of like they got the degree kind of like I did, and they were kind of just stuck in the profession because like academic degrees usually only let you do academic jobs. I put it to shit every day and I don't get paid for it. Hell, I have to pay for it. Finally, there you are. Don't bother taking your shoes off. We're just about to leave. Andy, why didn't you wait for me? I didn't say I would. Yes, you did. You worthless sack of shit. Leyley fully intended to hit you with her shoe. Thankfully, her aim sucks. Ashley, do that again. You're grounded. Deal. I don't want to see Grandma and Grandpa anyway. You think I do? Stop being difficult and put your shoes back on this instant. I can't deal with this now or ever. Ashley, Andrew, can you take care of her? Well, hurry up before she makes a scene. Got it. Damn. Her parenting 101. If I'll be with the car soon, go get your sister. Andrew? I think you forgot something. Oh, her shoe's right. Get it together. Where's your shoe at? Ah. I was like, who's one got the shoe? Ah, nice little fuck off rug mat. What's gonna say for you to put your shoes on? I'm not friends with you anymore. I was never your friend, dipshit. I'm your brother. Well, now I'm definitely not wearing them. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, watch. You're cornered. Oh! Damn. Not this time. No, it's enough. No, I don't want to go. Grandpa's mean and Grandma's ugly. It's just for the weekend. I said I don't want to go. No, it's a dead end. Well, well, well. How the turn tables. You two again. No, very quiet. You know, that's you for your pain, you wrinkly. Damn! Is that fun? There's a report about this? Oh no, no, there's a report. I'm pissing myself in fear here. Let's see. At 4:30 on Friday, residents from 406 are screaming and running around the halls. Teenage parenthood is such a tragedy. Hello, Mangler. How are you doing?
You're cutting out for me.
That's weird. Here, let me close some things off. Alright, how about now?
Better.
Is that how Vivir is supposed to be pronounced? No, her name's Sivir. Go on.
Just reading the Solar War.
Oh yes, you finally started the proper Horus Heresy, right?
Yeah, the rebranded Horus Heresy. I'm not even kidding. Like, some of the wikis just say that, like, yeah, Warhammer, the Games Workshop rebranded the Horus Heresy as the Siege of Terror. It's the beginning of the end. And I'm like, that's not a rebrand. That's just a continuation. I mean, technically it's a rebrand because they added, like, a set of words onto it for each title, but still. Sorry. Shut up.
Nice. Oh, you're right, I was spelling it wrong. Yeah, dude, I played the game for like 10 years. Of course I know what the character name is.
Currently, the traders have arrived at Jupiter, and oh boy, they are sacking some ships. They are getting bled for every inch.
Bruh. Oh man. That's what we're supposed to do. May God grant death upon this creature is what you thought. Don't you just love it when kids have to raise their siblings? That's what I mean. You know, my dad, he always finds something. We don't have to go to one just to pay for a new dishwasher. If your dad asks about the car, just say we bought it. I go straight to Brad's. They asking anything, we're doing great. The only reason we need their money is because we just bought a car, got it. Damn. But so yeah, sorry I didn't get back to you on your last little message from Warhammer. I had like a really busy day that day.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I don't even remember what I sent you because I've read between that conversation I've read like 4 novels, so I took a lot of scans, and I wasn't even trying to catalog. I just found stuff that I thought was funny. It was just a statement of Sanguinius just being like, yeah, you know, if we had paid attention to some of the problems that our brothers had, maybe there wouldn't be so many traitors. It's just like, we were just following the Emperor, and it's like, yeah, and the Emperor is not fallible. Or not infallible. He's just a man. Maybe we should have remembered that. And I'm like, why is the Sanguinius the only one over here spitting?
Bro, look, Sanguinius is just always the best, bro. Come on now.
No, he didn't even get that from seeing the future. He just looked around at his eyeballs and was like, hey, maybe we should have thought about this a little bit more.
The Imperium would be in a much better place if Sanguinius actually was in charge of everything.
He was at one point, and then he wasn't. I want to remind you again. He was the emperor of a multi-solar system empire of 500 worlds for a time. He was Emperor Sanguinius,
As he deserved.
So we already test flighted his emperorship, and it worked. It worked out well.
And it worked. I know you're not used to that with Warhammer.
Yeah, I know. It's like everything that doesn't work in the setting is like 90% of the novel, and then when something works, you're like, oh hey, thank goodness, some good news.
Some good news.
My power is back. It's always good to have power. How else would you play zombies without the power?
No, nice rocking out. Your power's back. Damn. Hey, we're not raising you with violence. In fact, I'm not raising you at all. You know, Gramps actually kind of based here, I'm not gonna lie.
Emily, do you know how powerful Punishing Grey Raven is? No, I do not. Are you asking me because you're curious about their crossover with DMC?
I actually did start playing the game. It's not bad. Plays pretty smoothly.
I can't play that because I already got one DMC game I gotta play on my phone, and two, it's way too big for my phone. I'd have to get it on my computer. I think it's like 16 to 20 gigs.
Yeah, it's a pretty big game.
Goodbye. Yes, I know nothing about Punishing Grey Raven or whatever that series is.
It's just the one mobile game. I think it's had a few crossovers by now. I don't think it's just had the one.
I did get some good news recently. Apparently, a couple of Warhammer novels that I wanted to read, several omnibuses are being reprinted.
Nice.
So, yeah, they're reprinting Ravenor, which is a super popular Inquisitor series. In July, they're reprinting the Grey Knights Omnibus, which is also a specific. It's like an Inquisitor Space Marine thing, and they're making a collection of 2 Necron novels, the Twice Dead King, and releasing that in August. So depending on when they come out, I could get one of them for my birthday, and not have to pay $20. Not $20. I mean, $200. I also won't have to look up a PDF online. I can actually read the physical novel.
Okay, so the dad was born by a woman who had already gone through menopause, and the kids were born from a 15-year-old. So that explains why the dad's a little bit on the slower side. So then when do you get to the actual, like, fucking Siege of Terra then? Because, like, you're already there, more or less. Is this, like, the first book that goes into it, or...?
So, to give you some context, there are 11 novels fully. There's the first 8 or 7 or so, or 8, and then the last 3 are the end of the death, and that is like the final battle. But it's so stretched, it's put into like 3 volumes. Then there's 3 other novellas, which I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of dishonest. They weren't really novellas because they're like 150 to 250 pages. That ain't no fucking novella. That's just a novel. But the actual Siege of Terra that takes place on the planet does not happen in the Solar War, because the Solar War, as its name implies, is the battle. Takes place over 413 pages. It is the battle of Horus's fleet and all of his forces to fight their way past the Mandival Point into the Sol System, and to fight their way from Pluto to Earth. And as the chapters are happening, they're currently trying to... Well, currently they just got to Jupiter, because they had to fight, like, for everything to get past Pluto. Because the Emperor's forces are fucking crazy. whenever they get close and their position gets overrun, they just start blowing up the moons. And taking, like, shitloads of people with them, so the traders are like, yeah, we're losing a lot of people.
Why do you play such games, Sam? I don't play such games. Sanguinius holds the line for over a month.
Well, it's also worth noting that they make it clear that Horus is going to lose even before he gets there, because every hour that he takes, Gilliman closes in, because Gilliman's legions are mostly untouched from the war. So he has like hundreds and hundreds of ships with like hundreds of thousands of space marines, and not to mention all his other fleets and everything he's gathered from the Unremembered Empire. So they make it clear that he's not only hitting Horus's supply lines outside the Sol System. The more hours he takes, the closer Gilliman gets to the Sol System. When Gilliman gets into the Sol System, Horus is now going to have to fight someone behind him while he's also getting squeezed from the front. And that's a 2-front war is not what he wants. So that's why he has to get to Terra and kill the Emperor now. Or his supply lines are going to get cut off.
Yeah, and then he just
Yeah, the Dark Angels right now are literally going around burning the core worlds of the traders. They already blew up the Death Guard's world. So they're like, alright, if you're going to attack Terra, we'll just destroy your planet.
Reasonable.
Fucking traitors. Death Guard didn't like that. But since when have we cared about what the Death Guard likes?
Maybe they shouldn't have been traitors then.
Yeah, their reasoning was kind of weak. They weren't like the Iron Warriors, where they actually had a good argument for why they betrayed it. They were just like, yeah, we don't like psychers.
And also, Gil adapts
like,
all the strategies from the info of everything used against Terra.
It does. It also helps that he's not getting flanked, and like the Ruin Storm can't stop him anymore. So, what do you think is a better idea for a TV show, police station, where all the policemen are romantically involved with each other, or a survival show, but the guy is just at his house? What do those two things have to do with each other? I just have to ask that question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm not quite sure what the answer there is.
Oh, I thought I got disconnected. There was like a yellow line. Yeah, the next book is The Lost and the Damned, and that one is literally a book where the front picture is a bunch of the. It is literally Sanguinius standing with the Spiritualisto and his sword in front of a trench of Imperial Guardsmen with his elite guard around him. I'm thinking the images are supposed to have similarities to each other. Okay. Wait, what would the survival show be? Because if it's a guy at his house, like, how is like what's the premise for the survival one? Is he just like, did he just forget to go to the grocery store and he's like fighting fighting animals in his backyard, or like did like an apocalypse happen and he's like, rationing?
Hey, so what's up? I'm not this game. No, they're on me though. I don't think it matters. They're supposed to be similar to each other. There's one of that combination left in the window. I guess some kids have turned this place into a hangout spot. I want an abandoned house for a hangout spot too. Nice. Alright, cool. So we were missing the blueberries. Yeah, Warhammer's kind of interesting that way, because most of its important lore happened before Horus's, rebellion.
He's at his house, but acting like he's in the wild. I am in desperate need of proteins. Let's see if there's anything in the fridge. That just sounds like a guy that doesn't want to get a job, but just wants to see how long can I survive without like a source of income. Like a man that's challenged himself to his own Sims game, except he just doesn't get like most of the mechanics. He's made himself a sim.
I have become the sim.
Wasn't easy, but I was able to scavenge this hat, which I can use as a hat. Yeah, I'm sorry. That sounds like a really stupid premise. I think the police officer one would be better. Because at least you can have a lot of funny drama with police officers. Looks like a storm is coming this way. Luckily, I'm indoors. not even surviving. That's like, oh, I just made an observation. Look at that. My eyes work.
Looks like a storm's coming this way. Luckily, I'm indoors. What kind of quotes are those?
This sounds like something like a JRPG character is saying. There's like a text bubble at the bottom. They're just making like observational statements about what's happening. Like narration.
Sounds like a crazy slice of life.
No, Zim, this is survival. You don't understand the appeal of it.
You right.
It escapes your intelligence.
Man, surviving
Your
that sounds... The most dramatic episode of the season is going to be when his fucking AC breaks down.
No. The episode ends with the AC unit breaking. Now, you don't even get to see what happens afterwards. They're going to bait you. Next season, sweating like a pig.
It's all like, oh boy, that summer's coming around, but thank goodness I have my AC working. At the very end, just starts fizzling out.
You just see his face, he's like, oh no, and it just cuts to black. That'd be really funny as like sort of a bad show, like a meme show.
I don't know, bro. I think we get as much seasons of that one as we did Lost.
I never saw the Lost. Or Lost.
I was not able to watch Lost, but I was around when the hype was a thing.
I was obviously there when it started, but I'm trying to remember. Was it just a normal show about people like plane crashing on an island and just being lost?
That's what the original premise was.
What did it turn into?
They're all in purgatory.
Oh. Well, I mean, some of the stuff in Lost, based on how the trailers were presenting it, didn't seem normal. Like, didn't seem like natural parts of the world. Like, there was some weird spiritual crap going on, but I didn't know anything about it, so...
But yeah, no. Lost was a very popular series at the time. It actually was, I think, probably one of the biggest TV shows in my life, I want to say. Because I'd actually go so far as to say it was bigger than Breaking Bad at like the height of its popularity.
What about House?
So House was a popular show, but people were holding watch parties for Lost. Lost was like actually just big. House was great. I like House. I think House is one of the best TV shows they've ever made.
I never watched either of those. I just know they were very popular at the time. And I'm like, why do people watch this cranky British man yell at them about their medical problems? That was always my thought as a child.
Wait, have you never seen House?
Now, I know that the general premise of it, but I have only seen like clips of it. That was just my thought as a kid. I was like, why do you enjoy someone yelling at you about your problems, your medical problems? How could that be entertaining?
House is actually a pretty good show. She had a solid ending too. A lot of times, the biggest problem shows have is sticking the ending.
Everyone dies. That's the best ending.
That's not what happens in House. No.
No, that would be quite wild. I think the biggest shows I watched aside from Breaking Bad were like Dexter and like Parks and Rec, and I guess The Office.
Cough, Supernatural, Cough. What about it?
Supernatural did not have a terrible ending. It just had an okay ending.
Supernatural's ending was ruined because of COVID.
Yeah.
Because there was supposed to be a bigger ending. House was good with the point that patients lie. Yeah. Because so either patients lie or they don't realize that information they're withholding is actually important. This is why it's kind of a weird position when like you have kids involved with the medical industry, because you want kids to be honest about everything they're doing, but if kids are doing something they're not supposed to be, they're not going to be able to fucking tell like in front of their parents, yeah, I smoke weed, you know?
I think I saw some clips of House where a lot of them were also about the fact that certain parents were like super, super controlling over their kids and wouldn't let them either get certain medicine or something. There were also some other clips of, I think there was a clip of this, the kid, one of the brothers could basically give up one of his organs for his sister, and they told the parents, it's like, well, your child's probably gonna die, but you know, you can basically choose to either donate your son's organs, which he'll probably die, and save your daughter, or you can let your daughter die. House put it a little bit more delicately than that, but not really. And I'm like, damn, that's dramatic.
But yeah, no. Supernatural's pretty big. Actually, you want to know what was a show that was kind of big but kind of wasn't? Was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I think that was only big in like niche nerd groups though. Because then you also had the Angel spinoff.
It was definitely very niche. Because it got brought up occasionally, but it was never. I never saw it being promoted or marketed nearly as much as any of the other shows that we've mentioned thus far. And the shows we mentioned are in varying degrees of popularity, despite all being very popular.
Yeah, Buffy and Angel. Yeah. Hello, Tio. I'm being abused simply because all I want to do is just study. What kid wants to study? And my parents are abusing me for it. That's crazy. See, this is why I ate them.
I was gonna suggest jokingly that you should ate them, but then you actually followed through with it, so now I don't know what to say.
Okay, so to be fair, in this route of the story, Andrew does not eat his parents. He only eats his parents in the other route where he's getting along with his sister. In this route, he's not, so he did not eat her meat suit.
So he has preferences to his incest, not his parents, only his siblings. Gotcha.
So the way it works is, in this version of the story, he's not going the incest route technically. I say technically because
or the cannibal route.
Well, I mean, so in this version, it's not that he doesn't really want to do either. I mean, to be fair, he doesn't want to be a cannibal. To be fair, that's just, byproduct of the situations.
Yeah, cue the Metal Gear, the MGR soundtrack. It's just nature running its course. Listen, there's only so much justification you can make for that.
He's crashing out.
What?
Oh, Andrew here's crashing out. Oh, I actually like the way they did that because it became nighttime while I was out here doing this.
And then we have the Vampire Diaries and the originals. My sister, I think, binged the entirety of the Vampire Diaries. Or if she didn't, she spent a lot of time with that show a few years ago. She was obsessed with that. I have never seen it, but she's just like, I just love this so much. I'm like, great. Glad I got your recommendation.
Damn, the mother's actually gonna have to try and parent. Crazy. Yeah, I've never heard of the originals though. Another big TV show I want to say around that time period. Well, and I'm trying to avoid sitcoms because I know like How I Met Your Mother, Two and a Half Men. I'd even say like George Lopez was actually pretty popular back in the day. I don't know if you ever watched George Lopez. I don't think there were any popular sci-fi shows back then, to be fair. You'd be surprised at these two. The lore is good if you can make it past the drama, and for some reason they really have good hacks, power skills, supernatural drama, romance. I'm not gonna. First off, I would read the Vampire Diaries if I was gonna consume it. It's on you to keep her safe and sound. Oh, look at that top tier parenting, passing the buck to the child.
Oh, well, apparently the Solar War gives Abaddon's backstory.
Nice.
It only took 54 novels. But I finally have a backstory for the man that's failed his Black Crusade 14 times consecutively.
Why does his mom look kind of sinister here? Because it's depicting how he perceives his mother as a child, which is ultimately just a bad presence in his life.
He got so mad on the last one that he literally rage quit. Yeah, it sounds like Abaddon.
Listen, all you need to know is as long as the Tyranids lose, the galaxy wins. That's all that matters.
I think Chaos also needs to lose.
I'll take Chaos over the
Well.
Tyranids.
Oh, you wouldn't? Because you can always just burn the Tyranids.
Mangler, they're like a Hydra. For everyone you kill, 7 more take its place.
And just build a bigger gun then.
And then they make a bigger Tyranid.
Bro, when the Necrons wake up, they're going to be eating those Tyranids for breakfast.
Well deserved.
You know how much time it would take to cleanse chaos from just the galaxy? Whereas the amount of time it would take to cleanse the Tyranids, not really long at all. You just target whatever their biggest ship is, just blow it up.
Chaos
Just keep
being like,
doing
alright,
that.
Tyranids, square up. Tyranids. Bet. Ah, look
Shadow
out.
in the warp.
Shadow in the warp.
Well, that's what they do. They when the chaos is like, oh, square up Tyranids. Tyranids are like, okay, shadow in the warp. Chaos is like, no pain.
Where are they? They just keep doing damage.
Oh, the shadow in the warp is just the Tyranid hive mind activating enormous psychic energy and basically just smothering all the other psychers and psychic forces with just raw power. Tyranids are literally what an uber psyker should actually be, what chaos should actually be, but chaos has never done anything like that.
that sounds like the 1A Chaos Gods can't beat a fucking upset Broodmother.
I'm just saying that, like, if you want to prove you actually have like superior psychic power, producing so much of it that you nullify other psychers is a great way to demonstrate superiority. But Chaos has never done that. Whenever they show up, psychers can use their abilities.
Andy is the man, Leyley is a girl. You know what they say about girls? They're prone to make more mistakes than the brothers, so that leads to the brother that has to take charge. Red Dusk, I'm gonna offer you some sage advice in case you ever have kids. Don't let your fucking son raise his sibling. That will be your job as a parent, regardless of gender.
Yeah, maybe
This
he
has
could
been
be
sage
like,
wisdom.
you know, I don't know, a nice role model potentially, but like, don't count on that. That's your responsibility.
What are you telling me? I can't raise my own little slave.
No, Kyle, you're not supposed to raise them as slaves. Or more accurately, if you are going to raise them as slaves, they should be slaves to you, not to each other. Because, you know, ultimately, a lot of kids are doing
Then they'll
chores.
turn against you, obviously.
As long as you do it poorly. Zan the Necrons are the only chance for the galaxy to survive the Tyranids? Nah, the Blood Angels are.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll get back to us after all those losses they've had against the Tyranids. Oh wait, no, they're still waiting on Sanguinius to repair himself after the Great Rift is opened.
I don't want to hear that from the fucking Empire that's still waiting for their fucking god to repair himself.
I mean, you're a part of that empire if you support the
Yeah,
Blood.
yeah, but don't throw rocks in this glass house. We're in the same house.
I don't think that's fair because
the fact
both
that
of those.
Are you talking about the 1A vegetable upon his throne?
yes.
Oh my vegetable. The fuck? That he tried to even the planet of both pieces from his rage whip just to piss him off more. Yeah, he's like, I'm blowing up the planet and I won't give up. Damn it. This is not how it's supposed to go. That is the only chapter master who wanted to swarm with his shit skill, unlike Talon is Caligar. I don't know if we ever get a novel with Caligar fighting the Swarm Lord. I think it's just one of those things that's told you in the codexes. And then on the lead up to it, they give you a bunch of short stories, and then they never give you a story of him actually fighting the Swarm Lord. For all the shit people give the Horus Heresy sometimes for certain writing decisions, the Horus Heresy does the one thing that Warhammer should always do, which is that it elaborates on extremely important events that only codexes cover, which is what the story should be doing all the time. Because that's more reliable than freaking random codex knowledge.
Man, disrespecting the Codex.
Is that the end of the story or something?
What?
Was that the end of the story?
So that was the end of the flashback to his youth, and now we're back in the present day after we've killed our parents and discarded their bodies.
Oh yes, I remember. There's a lot of murder in this game.
Indeed. Dante's only chapter master who won against the Swarm Lord via sheer will, unlike Marnus Calgar? Is his name Marnus? That was Magnus.
No, it was Marnius Calgar.
Yes, that guy who showed up at the end of Space Marine 2. Alright, gotta go to sleep. Good night. Night, Red Dusk.
Yeah, and stole our thunder. Like, bro, I've literally been winning this entire war single-handedly. Are you just now arriving? Oh yeah, did you see the Skulls Festival that they're having for Warhammer right now?
Oh, I did. What sales do they have going on?
They're re-releasing, so they're releasing a bunch of new games, but they're releasing sequels to Bolt Gun and Mechanicus.
Yo, let's go.
I think in, like, this year and next year. And next year they are releasing a full remastered port of Space Marine 1.
Nice.
So people can actually play it. It's no longer locked to that platform. And then I think they're also releasing this July Siege mode, which is basically like Horde mode, but for Space Marine 2. And it's a free update.
How much does the game cost right now?
Sale, I think it's usually like $40.
Well, is the sale still going on or no?
Well, yeah. Right now. Give me a sec.
Oh yeah, Tim, yes, I found Simon. Yeah, fuck that fight.
I'm assuming you haven't been it.
No. I did it twice and I'm like, I'm not too invested. But let's go and find out the boss's state.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Did you get to phase 2?
Phase 2, I didn't even get past round 2.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's cool though. Looks like honestly, he's heavily inspired by Dark Souls. You can tell it's a Dark Souls boss. Fisherman fishes random skeletons from the ocean again.
But before I get to the last two, I need to beat to finish off the story mission. Is Minoko's and Mael's bosses just as annoying as Lune's?
Mael's boss, I did have an issue with. My brother said it was fucking terrible. Oh, we're talking about Expedition, by the way. Expedition 33. You said Monoko or Monoko's boss? Yeah, that one's gonna be annoying. So good luck. Wait, have you done Esqui's boss or no?
Yeah, I demolished Francois.
Game Space Marine 2. Yeah, the sale just ended on that. Unfortunately. Missed it by a date.
Well, Tim, like, I'm talking about getting the assignment. I had to have beaten Francois to get the diving stone.
It's true, that's true. Yeah, I wasn't too sure on that one. Keep in mind, Zim, Dante is the oldest space marine to have ever lived. The chapter master of the Blood Angel is just him. I know. What the fuck? Kyle's playing Fear and Hunger? Kyle's not playing Fear and Hunger. I don't think Kyle would like Fear and Hunger. There's too much rape in that game. And too many penises. For those of you unfamiliar with Fear and Hunger is a JRPG, or not JRPG, my apologies. It's an RPG Maker horror game where you play as 4 adventurers going into a dungeon of madness and despair. The first guy you fight in that dungeon is a giant orc with his dick hanging out. And if you don't beat him and he doesn't kill you, he will rape you. And the game will show him raping you in the dungeon before you escape with the bleeding anus.
I didn't realize Goblin Slayer had a game.
So to clarify as well, you can chop off his dick, which prevents the rape.
There's some interactive mechanics, but that's just so funny that you mentioned, like, he beats you, then rapes you, but you somehow get away. That's gotta be the shittiest, most unconfident rapist I've ever seen.
Mangler, I'm sorry the rapist isn't a professional!
No, Mangler, he probably just fell asleep.
The stinger is pulsating? So to be fair, I think most characters in the game will not rape you. There are a few of them that will, though. Like, I don't think
do they try to eat you, though?
Some of them do, some of them do not. I think the dogs don't rape you. I don't think a lot of the, like, tunnel men try to rape you. There is this random guy who has a giant head and has a stick figure body who rapes a little girl you have with you, and if you lose to him, he shoves his hand up your ass and basically, like, sexually assaults you and kills you, but he kills you.
This is a real game we're talking about, right? This
is a real game.
Like
this is a real game.
From, like, 4chan.
No, this is a real game. It's actually a really popular game.
Probably popular for that reason.
It's really popular because it's a hardcore RPG in the sense that it punishes you super heavily.
Yeah. But psychological damage?
So Mangler, look. I like it when RPGs punish you for losing, but you know, it's usually send me back to the Poke Center so I have to climb back Victory Road again. Or, you know, take my money, not shove your cock up my ass. That's a bit much for me.
It's like,
bro,
to
and
clarify.
you imagine them being like, you know what? I'll let you keep all your stuff. When you die, you just respond to the catch point. What's the check? Or what's the catch? It's like, what do you mean? What's the catch? There's got to be a catch for it. Well, you get to be raped.
So
Like,
to
never
clarify,
mind, take this on.
to clarify
The way
something.
you describe- No, the way you're describing it sounds like there's going to be a boss, and it just says at the beginning you're fighting Hema, and then you lose, and he whispers in your ear, my full name is Hematoma.
And it's like,
So-
well, I'm not losing any of my stuff at least. It's like, actually, even if you don't lose your stuff, the rapes get progressively worse.
So I will
Like
clarify. There's one funny interaction. So Kyle mentioned Francois. One of the gods in the game is called Francois. He is the god of conquest and conquering. So he will rape you during battle if he grabs you to conquer you. But that's not the funny part. That's not the funny part.
So the god of rape, got it.
In the game, you can put on a set of armor that is impenetrable to everything. No one can rape you if you have this armor on. The drawback is when you put the armor on, it stabs you with like 1,000 needles, and you're basically just always bleeding out at all times. But it's impenetrable. Nothing can penetrate it. It specifically says you are safe. Francois can rape you through the armor.
What kind of armor gives you anti-rape protection, but
He
then
can
also is
rape you through the impenetrable armor.
Yeah, the impenetrable armor that actually internally penetrates you with 1,000 needles.
Well, so I guess the drawback for being impenetrable is it can never open, I guess, while you're still alive, because you have to open it to get in the first place, and nothing can penetrate you except for his fucking cock, apparently, because he will fucking rape you with it still on.
Look, boys, I'm all for artistic expression when it comes to games, but there are just some times where it's just not. There's a point where it's no longer art and it's just fetish.
So I would play the game on stream, but I don't want to play it censored, and I don't think YouTube would let me show all that gratuitous shit on YouTube.
I think like an implied rape could probably get past, and maybe one actual rape scene. But beyond that, I don't think you'd be able to play a game that has that much rape. If what you're saying is true.
Well, to be fair, I only get raped if I'm bad at the game. If I win, I don't get raped.
The way you describe this, and the way you've described what sense of story there is so far, you've made it sound infinitely worse than Berserk.
Okay. So to clarify with Fear and Hunger for a minute, to clarify that story for a minute,
I would say Berserk at least has a story though. It just has rape.
It has really good lore and a relatively solid narrative. Like, the story-driven beats for the characters are good.
Oh,
It's just that the dungeon has a lot of rape in there.
We get a backstory for the rapists, so that the more people they rape, the more superpowers they get.
the narrative is solid. Gotcha.
Okay. So to
Is it as
clarify,
solid as the rape though?
to clarify, you are playing as a group of heroes on a quest to save Griffith. I'm sorry, he's not named Griffith, but he looks like Griffith. He plays the exact same role as Griffith. He also becomes a god at the end of the game if you take him all the way to the end. So you're saving Griffith. The creator said he never read Berserk, but he looks like a dog and he quacks like a dog.
That just tells me this guy read Berserk and he's like, oh, I get it. The main takeaway of the series, rape.
So, to be fair, he made a sequel.
No, it wasn't the deep, complicated characters, the beautiful art, or the story structure at all. No.
Or like how the apostles work, or the idea of evil. Like none of that matters.
Hold on.
There's potential there.
Hold on.
Well, what the apostles had to sacrifice to gain that power. Even though once they realized that a lot of them are very regretful.
Hold on.
Actually, Banger, that exists. Wait, what exists? The second game has less rape? So what, do you get, like, rape resistances?
Hello?
He's back.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. The lore is really good. There's a lot of nuance to the game, a lot of depth to decisions, and there's actually really good backstory.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of depth in there. We're just not talking about depth. are we?
Listen!
So is the depth of lore next to the KY jelly? Whereabouts is it?
Listen! There's good world building, good fucking story beats and characters, good driven narratives, and a bunch of rapists. A lot of
Okay.
rapists.
Do I need to be? Hang on a minute. Do these entries or this lore, does this get unlocked after a set amount of rapes are conducted?
No,
Like,
no,
how do
you
I-
don't. You don't need to be raped to get the lore.
No, Mango, it's like DMC 1, you have to encounter certain attacks.
No.
Yo, that would be so fucking hilarious. It's like there is deep lore in the game, and it's actually good. It's like, how do I get it? You have to encounter the enemy.
If it
Like,
listen,
oh, no.
listen. Hold on. Listen.
No. All I'm gonna say is the way you treat mutant and Xavier in your book makes a lot more sense now.
Oh my word! Listen, there was not even. Oh, okay, no, I can't. Okay, I can't defend the mutants. I can defend Xavier. Fuck you. That's his wife. That's fair game. But no. So hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me speak, Kyle. Let me speak. Listen. The design of the characters is great. The locations are great. There's a lot of good and a lot of rape.
Jim, it's a porn game. I'm expecting the designs to be at least good.
No, it's not a porn game. It's not a porn game. Let me clarify. The rape is not there for gratuity. It is there for gratuity. It is not there to get off on. It is a dark game with mutilation and shit. I promise you the rape's not there to get off on. I promise.
If I was to look this game up on Pornhub, is it going to come up?
Maybe for the uncensored version, but that's because the game has a lot of rape in it.
And you're telling me it's not a sex game?
It's not a sex game, Kyle!
Mm-hmm. So Zim, I have a goose that lays golden eggs. Would you like it?
Listen. The only potential, gratuitous scene of sexual conduct is you
It's
can
whenever you
find.
fight.
Hold on.
Is whenever you fight.
No. Let me finish. Is when you find a group of hedonists who worship the god of bounty because they all dress up as bunnies and are naked, and they will fuck each other constantly until they go mad with lust. But that's it. And yes, you can participate in the orgy to fully restore your health once, but
That was actually the only part of the sexual conduct that had a benefit and actually made sense in the world you were explaining it. All of it was just net negatives, just getting raped for no particular reason.
Let me ask you a question. Out of everything that Zim has told you so far, would your takeaway have been this is a porn game? It's just a very gratuitous.
My takeaway is that I would have labeled this with the sort of same label that people labeled the Saw movies. When Saw fans are like, "Oh, it's not torture porn." It's like, yeah, well, I don't know about that, man.
So it is torture porn. I'm not defending that. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying it's torture porn in that sense. What I'm saying is that I would label it a fetishization for sexual conduct.
Perfectly valid. Perfectly valid. We have a child molester in the game who's jerking off in his pocket all the time. Perfectly valid.
How is it that every 5 to 10 seconds you keep adding more reasons not to play the game?
Hold on.
How is
Hold
it possible?
Hold on.
Zim, if you explain this concept to me and you told me it was a movie or a TV show, I would literally say I'm not watching this and what's wrong with you?
That is
so
fair.
much rape.
That is fair. But to be fair about the cat that rapes children, to be fair, he possesses the children's body after he's done, and they become the next cat.
Sorry, no. Go back. I'm sorry. Did you say the cat?
Okay. So the guy who jerks out through his pocket wears a cat hat the whole time because he's the servant of the god of causality or something.
Are you telling me we've just got the Cat in the Hat? And I'm not even going to say the perverted Cat in the Hat because the Cat in the Hat is perverted.
Well, I don't even want to imagine what it would be like if you went through the lore for this game and used this character and then tried to explain to someone in a matchup. It's like, yeah, his power comes from raping you with a cat.
So to be fair, I didn't want to scale the game, but there was a lot of rape, and I didn't know how I would be able to scale the game without mentioning a lot of the rape that goes on.
I think there's a bigger problem, and it's getting in a VC and talking to someone about this character and explaining why they would win, and then you have to the evidence that you have to use for your justification is all the rape they do.
Listen. Hey, this guy, watch. Hey, listen. He's gonna be like, no one can get through Gojo's invulnerability. I got a rapist who can.
After one rape, he's able to open up the space-time continuum, and you're like, well, hang on a minute, sir. Like, I'm sure that's true, but, like, why the fuck does he have to rape people?
This power of domination only works when he's dominating you, so he has to rape you in order for it to work.
And then he's gonna be like, okay, you know what, you can win at this point. I don't even care. I'm now more interested in why you chose this character.
Tim, let me just say this right now. I've played Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. Talia's power is the power of domination. He has never raped anyone to dominate them.
Hold on.
And he has never had to rape any of his creatures of chaos.
I'm going to call.
All it means is that when he kills someone and he gets their soul, he just gets the soul.
Hold on.
No rape involved.
Hold on. I'm going to call bullshit on that. Kyle, I've seen what you've done to some of those orcs after breaking their mind. You have effectively raped that person.
No, I have not. I have turned them deranged.
Kyle, the guy couldn't even say words anymore. He looked like a girl after an NTR hentai. I don't want to fucking hear it. Listen.
What are we even talking about? We're talking about, I think the game is called Fear and Hunger.
Hold on.
Apparently there's a lot of rape in the game.
Hold on. I'll pull it up on Steam right now. I'll pull it up on Steam right now, and I'll prove it's real.
Oh,
he's getting. No one denied that.
Are you gonna?
Outlandish.
Mango, Kevin's gonna pull it up. It's gonna say he has all achievements and over 200 hours.
This man.
Okay, hold on. I can't show. I can't show all the images because the guy's dick isn't one of the images, so I'm not going to show it. But it's a real game.
It doesn't look at the game because it's like looking at this game will cost $5 because it's censored.
It has overwhelmingly positive reviews, and it's a very positive game.
Maybe we just have a lot of rapists on the internet. They're like, oh, that's my kind of game. What I need right there.
Listen to this review. Good game, but be forewarned that the sexual content tag is more of a threat than a warning. Perfect.
Is that a review, or is that just what's on the cover of the game?
That is a review, but that should be the tagline for the game. Yes, Jeremy, Fear and Hunger. It's a real game. I heard it's pretty good, but I heard it's really bullshit with how you die, and that's why I haven't picked it up either, because it sounds like it'd be really unfun to lose my party to, like, a rapist and have to restart the whole game.
Wait, are you telling me you also have, like, bad... Why would you have to restart the whole game?
The game has permadeath in it, and it only has a few save points, but the game really kind of punishes you for fucking up. So it's a very unfair game. You can play the game, be doing well, and then fall into like a pit of spikes and die. It's a very brutal game.
On top of the game just being like, emotionally and psychologically, it's just not functionally working either.
Well, Kyle?
Alright, boys. Jim, you enjoy your race simulator. I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes. I'm just going to have smoko.
Alright. To be clear, I am not playing a rape simulator. I think at the moment, I'm just playing a weird game about cannibalism and maybe possibly incest.
Yeah, give it some time. We'll get the spin-off for Fear and Hunger, and it's actually Fear and Hunger, the beginning, where you play as some of the bosses, hunting your victims.
So it's actually kind of cool because you end up in a situation later on where how do I say this in a way that makes sense? You
Yeah,
can
like
help
everything else
you can help a little girl throughout the
you've said
game
so
to like
far?
survive. What?
Like everything else you've said so far, yes.
Okay, no. Okay, this one's not as bad. This one's not as bad. So you can help a little girl throughout the dungeon and get her to the bottom. When you do, the old gods realize she's a vessel and they rip her body apart as she becomes a brand new old god, and then she basically kills you to spare you the mercy of life. Which is the nicest thing that can happen to you in that game, all things considered.
Is that the ending?
That is one of the multiple endings.
Wow. That feels like you just got cucked. And yet that's probably the nicest thing that's happened out of everything that you've mentioned thus far.
I agree. It's a good end. So to be fair, you can get the solo endings, and if you do the solo endings, they're usually pretty good. One of the characters ends up resurrecting her love. Another one of the characters who went in to get his wife out of prostitution succeeds, but he has so much PTSD that even though he saved his wife, he can never be at peace for the rest of his life because he's scared that the dungeon's gonna come back for him.
Uh-huh. Anyway,
It sounds like you're not. It sounds like you're not pleased with the journey.
change the subject a little bit.
Okay,
I have a matchup that I finally found after reading some Warhammer.
good.
What do you think of Griffith versus Fulgrim?
Versus who?
Fulgrim, the Primarch of the Emperor's Children from 40k.
Who would be versus him?
Griffith from Berserk.
Doesn't sound bad.
They're thematically very, very much in common. They're both just like idealists, mostly swordsmen that lead like an army of people beneath them that they want to improve and essentially like create a world of their dreams to leave something behind, and then both of them get into some circumstance outside of their control that robs them of their ability to have their future dreams, and they ultimately have to compromise their own morals and ethics, usually at the behest of everyone else and themselves, to transform themselves into like some demon of some kind. Usually committing some more morally abominable act. In Fulgrim's case, he basically kills his brother Ferris,
That's
and lets
rude.
the demon take over his body. And then he also tries to kill his other brother Perturumbo and suck out Eldar's souls in order to become a demon Primarch of Slaanesh, or a greater demon of Slaanesh.
Yeah, but that sounds wrong. And as we all know, Griffith did nothing wrong.
Sure. I mean, I won't grant you that like Griffith's decision does actually make like pretty logical choice if you read like the manga, considering what was done to him physically. It's more so like everything that came after the fact during the eclipse. Mostly Casca, and also the spare members of the Band of the Hawk. Because I don't think it's ever clarified that he needs to kill all of the Band of the Hawk, just that he needs to give up some of them, or at least anyone that's important.
Oh well, Mangler, they're all important to him.
Well, okay, so to be fair, they all were important, but like, I mean, there is a possibility that they could have just survived, but I mean, I guess that's unlikely given the Apostles. Because from what I understand, you're not supposed to be able to see the Apostles normally. They kind of have to appear in the plane of existence next to you.
So they never stood a chance then.
Yeah, so in Berserk, allegedly, there are 3 different planes of existence where things arise. There's like the normal one, there is the intersecting plane between the human plane and the spirit plane, and then there's the spirit one. And the apostles can reside in usually reside in the second one. So can't really fuck with them. Griffith did nothing wrong, my ass.
Listen.
I think people hacking on Griffith doing everything wrong are kind of the same people that would look at like Magnus's decisions in 40K or Virgil raising the tower in DMC3 and think like these are morally bad decisions that had no outside context that could help me understand how it worked better. It's kind of like that. Like it's a dumb. I don't think Griffith doing nothing wrong. Like that's a silly statement, but it's an even sillier statement to say he did everything wrong. More arrogant.
Listen.
Are we gonna say them?
Berserk would have been perfectly fine, or Guts would have been perfectly fine, if he just had a conversation with the guy about his honest feelings.
Zim, are you the kind of person that's like, man, these people should have just gotten over their decisions and just fucked already? There wouldn't have been all these problems.
Listen. Well, absolutely. If they were gay, none of that would have ever happened. But if they would have been like the guys in Fist of the North Star and talked about their feelings once in a while, none of this would have happened. That's all
I
I'm
think
saying.
they make it clear that like the reason Griffith goes into despair is because Guts overhears a conversation of him talking to Charlotte and misinterprets what Griffith is saying because
That's
Griffith
why I'm
doesn't really
saying.
get the chance to collaborate.
That's why,
Yeah.
if he would have just confronted Griffith about it, Griffith could have explained himself, and there would have been only him being raped instead of Guts' girlfriend.
Well, actually, they never would have even gotten to that point because even if Guts did leave the Band of the Hawk, Griffith wouldn't have been as desperate. So the main reason that happens is because he falls into despair after he loses to Guts, and Guts like leaves because he decides he doesn't want to be with the Band of the Hawk. He wants to make his own decisions and not be guided by Griffith's dream, and that causes Griffith to lose a lot of confidence and stuff in himself, to fall into despair. So he goes to see Charlotte because Charlotte's the only one that can make him feel better. The problem is he sneaks, like, he's not really like her husband or anything like that. He's like the head of a mercenary clan that has like generalship. So he has to sneak into her room at night, which means if he's caught, her father is going to kill him, which is exactly what happens. So because he decides to do something impulsive in a night of passion, he basically pays for it with a year of torture. So if moral of the story, people, gonna sleep with the princess of a nation, please upgrade your stealth skills. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Bro. Jeremy, was that not a good takeaway? Is that not true?
Jeremy, listen, all you need to understand is that the main message of Berserk is to openly discuss your issues with people instead of resulting to demon sacrifices and sleeping with girls with, like, unmarried women.
Well, also because the king of Midland Circle, Charlotte's father, he was kind of crazy, like a little senile. Because in the story, I mean, he clearly loved his wife, but I think he saw a little bit too much of his wife in his daughter Charlotte's, because he was actively making advances on her once she started hitting puberty. And I think Griffith kind of points this out, that he is a weird obsessed with Charlotte when he's being tortured because of a remark he makes. And then the King of Midland just like strikes him and is just like, yeah, I basically told the torturer he can do whatever he wants with you. You have no rights anymore. And then the next time we see Griffith, he's basically just like a frail, emaciated, like, man.
So I've never asked this question, but how does Griffith get captured in the first place? Isn't he like a god tier sword fighter in the verse?
So what happens specifically, at least if you're watching the manga, I've never watched the anime, is that one of the maids is coming up to the door at night for whatever reason, and she looks through the keyhole and she sees Griffith sleeping with Charlotte. So it is implied that she goes and tells the guards about it, because the next morning, when he wakes up from her bed, puts his clothes on, and decides to sneak out from, I guess, the tower that she's in, and like climb down onto like the rafters and then down to the grass, when he starts walking out like 10 or 20 meters, a bunch of guards show up, like out of nowhere, like fucking nowhere. And it from the visuals of the scene, it doesn't seem like they were there at the time. Like they just showed up, like they knew he was going to be there. I think that's why he was convinced, like, yeah, I'll be able to like leave, it'll be fine. But they're just there. So that was the part of that writing that was a little bit wonky. I think the whole point of it like was to thematically drive home the point that like Griffith made a mistake and he acted impulsively. But I still think it's really bullshit that that's how he gets caught.
Yeah,
he did everything right. He had no reason to believe he was going to get captured. Because like, how would you know there's a maid at the door, and why would she even be coming to the door? Why would she even be bothering the princess? That doesn't even make sense.
Or do we never get a reason what the maid was going up for? Like, does she not say I was there to like clean out her like toilet or something? Because they have toilets in the bit.
No. So the problem is that this is late at night. The lights have gone out. This is probably past like 8 or 9 p.m. Everyone's asleep in the castle. There's no reason for her to be going up to the door. At least not that we know, not that we're given. So I'm like, what the hell? Like, is that just to give the information? Which, if that hadn't been there, maybe it's possible he still would have been grabbed, but it would have been like a lot closer to the castle walls. He would have at least snuck out. The point is that even if he was found out there in the fields, he wouldn't have been anywhere near Charlotte. John Ligma? Yeah, got him. That's what he needed. He needed more Ligma. Then he would have been able to escape. Griff did nothing wrong, sir. He killed all his best friends, got his racist best friend's girl, cursed his best friend to be hunted by demons for the rest of his life. We all have one of those days. I think that's kind of like a kind of so the statement Griffin did nothing wrong is wrong in and of itself because he did do some things wrong. But the issue is that assuming that what he did was completely morally reprehensible and had no logical explanation behind it. The only thing that he did that was completely morally reprehensible was raping Casca. Because he did that on purpose. Specifically to piss off Guts. Because he hated Guts for leaving, which caused him to act impulsively to go see Charlotte, and that's what led to his entire body being broken down. You have to remember that by the time Griffith arrives there, Griffith isn't capable of living anymore. In fact, when he's found in the torture chamber, his body is so frail, he can't even, like, he tries to choke Guts. He's so physically frail, he can't even choke him. Like, he's physically frailer than, like, a child. He can't do anything, and he even tries to have sex with Casca later. He can't do it, because he doesn't physically have the strength to even hold her down or to move her body. He's like weaker than a handicapped, well, actually no, a handicapped person would be way stronger than, he's weaker than a child. So like all the muscle strength, everything in his body is broken. His tongue was cut out, and I'm pretty sure they mention in the manga that they might have cut off his penis, but I don't know if that part is actually entirely true. They also scarred him, they like lashed him. Yeah, he doesn't have a dream. Like, to be clear, Griffith's dream is gone. Like, his whole thing was that he was not only like a beautiful, charismatic person, he was a brilliant general. But a large part of that had to do with his speech and his ability to be attractive to that, to people. Like, he could draw them into a room similar to how Fulgrim did in 40K. He can't do that anymore. His dream is dead. He's lost everything. So when he gets the Bellamy, he's like, okay, well, I have to give up things that are important to me. Well, the whole point of everything that I've sacrificed up to this point is to build a country, a nation for my dream. And if I don't make this decision now, then all the lives I've spent in the Band of the Hawk, everything that I've suffered at this point, everything I've been through, it will be for nothing. And then he says, I accept. And that's how the Night of the Eclipse happens. Because he realizes, I have no alternative. I can live like this for the rest of, I can live like this for the rest of my life and just die in despair and be pathetic for the rest of the life. But hey, I'd be making the moral choice. You see how loaded that is? It's like I'd be on the moral high ground, but I'd also be physically inept for the rest of my life and pathetic in that. So sacrificing the Band of the Hawk is actually a logical, rational decision. It's still it's so fucked that he did it, but I would say it's more morally gray because there's a good reason for him doing it, and there was also a net outcome of peace for it. Because when he did this, he made Falconia as a result of getting his power. He created an entire country where he's able to provide for other people. He accomplished his dream. So, Mango, what do you think about the anti-spiral beating Kyle Rayner? I don't care about that matchup. Oh, wait, it's Simon? Yeah, it's Simon. You still there, Zim?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, people forget about what was happening to Griffith. Griffith didn't just walk up to he didn't walk out to a pasture in the middle of his army and was like, I really feel like being turned into one of the God Hand today. Bellamy, I accept. That's not what happened.
I actually got a comment on the live stream that guy did not like my takes on the protagonist for Gurren Lagann, which you guys mentioned.
He didn't like your takes?
He did not like my takes.
What about him cursing Guts? That also happens. That happens specifically in regards to I think after he becomes Femto. But yeah, no, that cursing Guts largely is justified because Guts is the reason why he's in that circumstance. I mean, granted, I mentioned this before, and Zim's mentioned this. A lot of this has to do with the fact that characters don't communicate their problems to each other. So Guts didn't communicate his issues to him, and Griffith just acted impulsively, morally. You have to understand that, Griffith as a person cares deeply about the Band of the Hawk. The Bellamy wouldn't have worked otherwise, because they make it clear that when you make a wish on the Bellamy, you have to sacrifice something important to yourself. So unless you care about them, the eclipse doesn't work. So if you try to sacrifice 1,000 random people, it doesn't work. Because you specifically have to give up parts of your humanity to become one of the God Hand. Now, in cursing Guts, he's cursing him because Guts is the reason that he pushed him to that state. As Guts leaving is what caused him to act so impulsively.
What kind of torture was that, damn? A lot of people torture was not exactly fun for the people being tortured.
No one who is tortured enjoys the torture. Usually. If they do, then there's other problems. Yeah, the King of Midland Circle, or the King of Midland was I keep saying Midland Circle. The King of Midland had a huge hard-on for his daughter Charlotte, and Griffith sleeping with her rubbed him the wrong way so much that he's like, yeah, I'm basically going to let this guy do whatever he wants to, which it's also implied that the person torturing Griffith also sexually assaulted him. So
yeah, I believe it.
Unless you're me, making people suffer as you have.
I do not.
Griffiths is just over here activating a Ramatra alt.
The fuck with that body? Yeah. I'm just glad we didn't have to fuck it.
Yeah, that'd be too much, obviously. Too much fear and hunger.
This is a different game, Mangler.
No, it's...
I think...
Well, so what I was going to say is that I think people forget that, Griffith, prior to, during the Golden Age, when he was going around to various
nations and nation states, what he would do when he tried to get food or supplies, because sometimes they'd be able to get food or supplies through his charisma, through his negotiation to various kings and barons, because everybody liked Griffith. Griffith was like a brilliant strategist. He was capable of charming people. And again, he was very similar to Fulgrim. But sometimes that wasn't enough. So they make it clear in the manga that sometimes Griffith would literally have to give up his body to like older men in order to get them to fund his army. And it's not something he ever enjoyed doing. He hated doing it, but he didn't care because he needed his soldiers to have food and weapons. Which is not something that you do if you don't give a fuck about them.
That is true.
I mean, that level of commitment, I would argue, is beyond most army commanders today. Most of them would willingly take a bullet for their soldiers. But would they sleep with a guy? Probably not.
Listen, Griffey did a lot for his soldiers because most people, as Mangler's pointed out, would not exactly willingly bend over just to feed someone else.
I mean, it's one thing, so I can understand if Griffith was like their parents, you know, was the parents of like some of these people in the band law. He was not. He was just their commander. The level of dedication that takes is crazy. That's why the Bellamy thing worked. Now, I think Griffith in the more recent situation has decided to, I think very recently, well, actually, no. I might be thinking of something else. I don't actually know what he's done recently since Falconia, but I was going to say, like, Griffith, mainly after getting the Bellamine and becoming, like, Femto, has just been going around wiping out the disciples in various regions. So he's literally been going around turning Berserk's world into a better place by wiping out other empires and apostles that are causing like slavery and horrible human atrocities. So Griffith, despite being a person that's mostly removed most aspects of his own morality and emotions, still, by virtue of his own will, is going around murdering people that are a problem in the world. That's not something that a person generally does if they have, quote, done everything wrong.
Also, hang on, Griffith did nothing wrong, so he killed all of his comrades, raped his best friend's girlfriend, cursed his best friend to be hunted by demons for the rest of his life. We all have one of those days.
You people are still talking about rape.
No.
No. We were talking about Griffith, but there happened to be, because Griffith did a rape, that was a bullshit.
I'm sorry, Kyle. The conversation not up to your standards.
There's just a point where it stops becoming a topic and it just starts becoming infatuations in.
How dare you?
We were actually talking about Fulgrim versus Griffith, but like, so they thematically fit each other, but whatever.
No, because Mangle, you have to understand. I've read Zim's work, and there's a point where it stops. It gets a bit concerning.
You realize, like, man, this is wild. It's like me when I read the American Psycho novel. I was like, I wonder if this American Psycho novel has any sort of introspections into the mind of the author.
Okay. To be fair, I do not have I don't have like any rape in my books. I don't know what the fuck he's on about there.
I was just giving an example.
I know, Mangler, but I'm defending myself against Kyle's slander.
It's not slander if it's true.
It's slander.
It's all fun and games until the
the only way you could even try and spin this is if you were to try and say, but the glove didn't fit.
The fuck?
So you must quit. Well, I still think thematically it's a great one, just because like they're two characters basically accomplishing the same thing. Though I suppose in I suppose in Fulgrim's example, he's a little bit more of like a perfectionist. I don't know if Griffith is strictly a perfectionist.
Not really.
Like, he's an idealist, but that's not quite the same thing. It's close. Not quite the same thing.
Okay, oh, Kyle, now that you're here, who would win in a fight, Naruto or Clive Redfield? I think he means Rossfield.
But Naruto would whoop the dog shit out of the entirety of Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 doesn't scale that high, and it doesn't get the severe because it's not in it.
Oh, damn, we're being our sister, okay.
Ugh. Like that now? Yeah, no worries. Yep. Thank you. Mm.
You understand what I'm trying to say to you about with these two?
Yeah.
There's no point having him here, right?
Nah.
That looks really good. Done a good job, mate. Look at this plate. Looks fantastic. Done a really good job, man. I'm happy with that. So much better. And they'll be happy too, the neighbours.
Yep.
Anyway. All right, bro. I'll leave you to it, all right?
Easy. No worries.
Damn, alright, we're gonna go murder an innocent family now. Crazy. We'll save on file 7. Unfortunately for Clive, Ultima doesn't seem to scale to Universal, and Naruto seems to have a consistent Uni argument right now. If you don't believe in Uni Naruto, then there's a... Well, no, I think Naruto's still faster.
Oh, he's way faster. And even then, he'll get higher in the planetary.
Lies.
Why is it dog shit scaling?
I'm back.
Oh, hey, fucking... Don't you hate when you're doing something and you just have like a fucking spider on a web just swinging around your hat?
Damn.
Yes, spiders are annoying.
You know what else is annoying? Have you ever been just, enjoying a piece of media and then out of nowhere just gratuitous violence and rape for no reason?
Gratuitous violence sometimes. Rape, not so much. That doesn't really happen a lot.
Well, you should read the draft that Jim gave me for his book.
How dare you?
What was it? Let me guess. The scene was just sunlight breaking in through the background. The birds were singing. The grass was growing. It was just a serene, peaceful day. And then double homicide.
Nope, you have a husband and wife inside of a vehicle. They're being driven. And then for no reason, he beats the shit out of her and starts to rape her. And his excuse
No,
is...
okay, hold on. Hold on. That is not what happens. Hold on. That is not what happens. That entire scene is consensual. I want to make that one clear.
Sounds like quite the argument.
very gratuitously explaining everything in it. It's the reason
That
why I
is
have
a,
to.
that. Hold on,
Yeah.
listen.
Okay,
Kyle's right. It's a very gratuitous scene, but that's a completely consensual scene. That is the only thing I'm going to correct on that one. The rest of what he's saying is true. That's consensual.
Out of it.
That's actually consensual. I'll defend that like position, but that's like, I mean, the rest he's saying is right though.
Bro,
Leg
it's
my balls.
consensual.
No.
No, it's consensual in the way that an abusive husband goes to the hospital and say you fell down the steps.
No.
Oh. Oh, that's funny.
I'm glad you're finding something amusing in it. He was giving me shit for months why it took me so long, and then I explained to him why it took so long,
No,
and he still tried to defend it until I
so
gave him the draft he gave me, and then he realized where he fucked up and he realized why it took me forever.
No. Fuck you. It's still a short book. It shouldn't have taken you that long. I just apologize. I gave you the wrong version.
This is taking some time.
Man over here trying to be the smart dog millionaire.
Okay. Listen, I did nothing wrong. Andrew's an asshole, and this, well, I mean, yeah, they're both assholes, but in this run, he's especially an asshole. So, from what I remember specifically, there are two different routes you can take in this chapter, where you can either be Andy or you can be Andrew. So, I'm gonna have to make sure I don't save over that choice file.
Only 60 pages to go, then the Solar War is over.
Nice. That search coming from you? Did you fuck your little sister yet? Whoa there. No, but I fucked yours. Damn.
Ah, I see. You got to it before you did.
I don't think they've ever explained what the stars are for that you can get throughout the campaign. Alright, so we're gonna go kill family of innocent people in a forest. What the fuck? Okay, that's weird. I appreciate that the game has gone out of its way to actually give you more skips. So, what are you guys' thoughts on Kyle versus? Okay, so Jeremy, we live streamed Kyle versus Simone. I got some shit in the comments about using Google Translate and not like knowing which translations to use. I will offer a clarification now. The first.
No, fuck him. Because what was translated on Google Translate is exactly what it said on their screen. Fuck off.
So the one we called out was wrong, but I don't know which one they're calling out. And some other guy was upset with me. I think his name was like the custodian because like he didn't like how I ranted about Simone's character because apparently the characters in the story acknowledge that Simone can bring his wife back, but because Simone learned how to live with trauma and move past it, he didn't bring her back because of that, because that was like the lesson he learned about life.
Hey, that's stupid. That's still stupid.
I see what happened here.
What happened?
Did you make fun of this Simone?
I did.
Oh,
I-
like,
Yeah, that makes sense. With all your love of Pinshiro and Noctis, it makes perfect sense that you would make fun of a dude that had the power to bring back his wife but could not.
no, dude. Like,
That's very
we
funny.
just, dude, for like a straight, like, hour 20.
Listen. I'm just saying that, listen, for real life, learning to move past your trauma, accepting loss, and moving forward is a great lesson. But if you can rewrite reality, just.
Let's be very clear.
I just found that really hilarious considering how much
No, let's be very
the
clear.
characters you love their wives.
Let's be very clear here. In real life, while it's good to move past trauma, if people had the real life ability to bring back the people who have died, fucking that would be abused so horribly.
As it should be.
I would only do it if it's absolutely necessary, never for personal reasons.
Nah. Do it for whatever you want.
No, but I saw a comment on the Google Translate one, and I'm like, that's fucking stupid because both times we translated it, it said exactly what they were using on the page.
Listen, the goal is to just bang her sister right now. That is the goal of this chapter. I'm kidding. But no. So that's what happened there. Although the Google Translate guy, I think, just hated me because I guess I had an agenda. But, like, I don't know either character, so I don't know what the agenda would be here.
No, he's one of those people who... He's one of those people who... No, he was one of those people who were just like, oh, you can't use machine translations. It's like, fucking... Bro, I'd rather trust what a machine says than what somebody in the versus community translates something.
Ugh.
I found it funny because when I saw the comment, he's just like, if you were a real manga fan, you would learn Japanese. And I'm like, motherfucker, I bet you don't know Japanese. And have you tried learning Japanese? That shit is the most irritating language on the planet.
I'll just tell you what, you learn English first, and then we'll talk. Because I believe the language that you need it to be read in is English.
I don't know.
If you did speak fluent Japanese, it wouldn't matter because the translation needs to be in English.
I don't know if this person knows this, but even the Japanese hate their own language because depending on what it's written in, it could mean very different things because they have 3 different alphabets, and even their interpretive language, they have to wait for somebody to finish a fucking sentence and then guess the context.
So, what I'm referring to is if I were to translate English into like French, what do you think would be more important? The language I'm translating from or the language I'm translating into? Well, I would say it would be the language I'm translating into because that's the most recent translation. That's the new meaning that I'm conveying. Who gives a fuck about where it came from? Well, that doesn't matter.
Jesus Christ, what the hell? Alright, look.
I don't even know why those 2 people got upset. We made it perfectly clear at the start of the video and multiple times through it. We don't know these characters, and what we were saying for Gurren Lagann, based off my knowledge of the series that I had when I watched it like 8 years ago.
I never was interested in that matchup, but that's because I didn't know the characters or anything about them.
Oh, no, don't worry. They got it wrong, even by their own research.
Oh, food.
Yeah, when Zim comes back in, he can tell you how they basically gave Simone an immunity to a power he's never been shown to.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. Although the G1 blog does go more in depth. And I believe the G1 blog does have them all voting for Simone. So Kyle got no votes on that one.
Sometimes you just don't win.
I can't say if they got it right or wrong. It's just based off their own research. They did not make a compelling case.
Yeah. If Green Lantern's gonna be true form dark side, there's no way Simone can win. Well, apparently Simone is the only accepted character in power scaling to have a no limits fallacy.
And apparently to Death Battle, he is the only character that they know of who would be able to solo DC.
Actually, that's not true. Superman also has a no limits fallacy by Death Battle standards. They've openly stated he has no limits. So Simone is the second character from Death Battle to acknowledge that, which is that is still pretty monumental because they haven't done that.
No, just keep in mind, if they ever do a Virgil Sephiroth rematch, I want that Virgil transcending all dimension statement from POC.
You mean you want them to get it wrong?
No, I just want them to use it how they used it for Simone.
Bruh. Yeah, that shit was a massive no limits fallacy. And to be fair, everyone accepts that's a no limits fallacy for Simone. That is not unique to Death Battle. Apparently, everyone on the internet is okay accepting that no limits fallacy.
Wait, what no limits fallacy specifically?
Simone can transcend all dimensional limits and barriers because he's able to reach 11 dimensional.
Like specifically 11th dimensional?
That is the specific number you are given in the series for how far he goes.
But it's very weird. It's not a straight up feat. It's a mental feat that turns into something that might be acceptable. It's a very weird feat.
We don't know the context completely, so there is that.
Are these dimensions treated in the way that a higher dimension should?
So they basically, the way it's explained is like, he basically absorbs an infinite multiverse.
Alright. And that's it?
Allegedly.
And it's said to have an 11th dimensional structure.
Yes.
Okay, so that's just 2A then.
No. So according to some people, it is considered that way, but we didn't check it out.
Yeah, but I mean, people also considered like DC and Marvel and like Warhammer and all these other verses to have like infinite dimensions. And really, the entire reason that they had that was just because there were statements there were infinite dimensions, and I'm like, I don't care. I want to know how the dimensions exist with respect to one another. I mean, I'm not scaling during log on, obviously, and I know you guys haven't, so it's fine. It's just, if you can't prove the relationship between the dimension in like multiple different categories, it doesn't fucking matter if you have 20 statements that say you're infinite dimensional. You could have a statement listed on every page of every book you have that says you're infinite dimensional, and you still wouldn't be infinite dimensional. You would actually be no higher than a 3-dimensional character.
No, it gets better because Kyle should be like 12th dimensional and potentially higher, but then they basically just go and say, but Simone, you can just, bridge that gap and climb infinity. It's like, that's not how that works.
So the problem is that if you can't prove the relationship of either the dimensions in Gurren Lagann or DC, then you're basically only able to use whatever feats they have in like the universe of the multiverse. Because multiverse is really only quantifiable in tier 2, because we're simply just saying you're destroying more than one universe. So you've now gone past the typical three-dimensional level of volume, right? But that's about where it stops. Because when you get into Tier 1, you have to establish the relationship between higher dimensions.
Well, no, that's not the funny thing to us. The funny thing to us is, by their own research, from where Kyle would start out, he would just one-shot Simone.
Well,
Yep.
so if you believe that it's based on a specific numerical value, you would only have to prove DC's is like 11th. But like, I'm pretty sure DC has at least evidence for higher dimensional beings and beings in the God Sphere for having more volume than things in the multiverse. That thing's been consistent, at least in like post-crisis and stuff. Because there's literally like a feat. I mentioned this before, but there's a feat where Darkseid falls on the multiverse, but it's not even his physical body or an avatar. It is a shadow of a body that he has that covers the entire multiverse. Like, it's so physically big, it dwarfs the multiverse. Like, granted, you need more than just that criteria, but the volume criteria is specifically important. What I know, that's all for GL Kyle in the beginning of his career. Oh, yeah. Well, okay, so now we have the important questions. When Kyle donned the White Lantern outfit, did he say white power?
He did not.
In there?
He did not.
Okay.
They were not comfortable giving the proper phrase.
Well, at least we went from one matchup that we didn't care about to a matchup that we're both pretty invested in, just from a trials glitch standpoint.
That is
I was
true.
gonna say, what's the next one after that? After Kyle Rayner and Simeon the Digger?
They're doing Wile E. Coyote versus Tomcat.
Ah, I'm surprised they didn't do that earlier. But then again, they did do. I think they did. Didn't they do Bugs Bunny with somebody?
No, they did King Mickey from Kingdom Hearts.
Ah, that's not even close. Well, whatever. Sure.
They say it's 12.3 dimensions. Yeah. Kyle starts at a higher dimensional level than Simone is. Their position is just that Simone will just close the gap.
They didn't explain worth of shit how he could defend against willpower manipulation, but you know.
How could he defend against the lantern power?
Well, no, like they just gave him the. I mean, to be fair, I think the G1 blog might go in there more in depth, but they just give him a straight up like false equivalency.
I'm just saying that, like, I don't know anything about. Well, okay, I know a lot more about DC than I do about Gurren Lagann, but I don't know about Green Lantern stuff specifically. I'm just saying, if your evidence is that this person is like higher dimensional because of a statement, and that's going to be your only criteria. One, that doesn't work. Two, even if we accept your premise, you can do the same thing for Kyle Rayner. And then it just becomes like a statements game, like who has more statements of higher numbers, and then they just arbitrarily beat everyone else.
Well, it's not even
People-
that.
People actually think that's how you do dimensional scaling. It's like, no. Go fuck yourself. That's not how it works. Anyway, go ahead, Kyle.
No, we came to the consensus that based off the lack of evidence that they showed, Jorno should be able to beat fucking Simone. He just reverts his willpower to 0.
Nice. Yeah, no. They didn't do a good job there. And it doesn't take into account Kyle as a White Lantern, making it past everything in DC, even the Source Wall, but also they didn't have a counter to all Kyle's hacks. Oh, hello, Across. Yeah, I really said that low. Yep, we're just vibing, playing a game of two very wholesome siblings and deals with demons.
Is that what we call them?
Well, to be fair, you're right, Kyle. This route's not very wholesome because it's not the route I was doing. So this one's a little unwholesome, to be fair.
Is this the route where the sister wants the brother to use her like a flashlight?
To be fair, that's every route apparently, from what I understand. But this is not the one where the brother inherently wants to do said act. No. Like I said, wholesome. There anything but wholesome? Lies. Listen, the kid we just got done killing was in self-defense, Your Honor. I sliced that kid's neck open in self-defense.
Well, they've done all the big matches this year. I'm wondering what the season final's going to be.
Well, no, we still have plenty to get through. We have a Godzilla matchup. We have an Aang versus the Traveler matchup.
That's not going to be final.
Who's the Traveler?
Genshin Impact.
Yes.
Ah.
That wouldn't be a final. No, not by a long shot.
Aang is a better matchup with Zinshan from Feng Shinji. Probably.
The best matchup I found for Aang is Spyro from the Legend of timeline.
Aang versus Aether? Yeah. So is it improved relationships in dimensions?
Well, we don't know if they're going to use Aether or Lumine.
They'll just use they'll use Aether.
Now, once they get done doing the Traveler, maybe they can do a real G. They can do Stell the Trailblazer.
Oh shit, did they create an eclipse? Sorry, I'm reading the Solar War. I think the traders just summoned the Black Sun. Imagine losing so bad, you have to summon demons from hell to save your ass. And it still isn't enough.
Couldn't be me. Nice.
I'm trying to think of what other matches they've confirmed that they're doing. Because I know they're doing that one match with that character from Danganronpa, aren't they?
I think so.
Because Halloween will probably be Ruby Marker.
You ready for them to say Ruby wins?
Oh, dude. If they do that, I will literally fucking, like, make a video going over that.
You cut out there for me.
Can you think of any other matchups they might be thinking of?
No, I know there are several matchups because I think because they're not doing seasons. Remember, there's no seasons anymore. It's just you paid for the episodes and they just release them as they come, so that way they can spend more time on each episode.
Oh, I know what it is.
What?
It's gonna be Yugi vs Ash.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that one. Wait, how the fuck did you pronounce his name?
What's that? Can you hear him, Mangler?
He's walking too far away.
How did you pronounce his name?
Who, Yugi or Ash?
Okay, you said Yugi. I thought you said Yuji for a second there.
No.
I was gonna have you walk that shit right the fuck back.
No, if that was the case, Ash about to get a fucking easy dub.
Plot twist: Ash loses because Yuji never passed his turn.
I think that matchup is really going to come down to how they want to take the God cards versus some of the absurd feats that Ash has done in Pokemon.
That is entirely dependent on what Pokemon Ash has. Whereas it's not dependent on what people Yugi has, because Yugi always has the God card. So if you don't have something that's like 2C, you're fucked.
Well, actually, the question will come down to: are they going to use his anime deck, or are they going to use his manga deck?
I don't think it would matter. I think even then, God cards will have pretty crazy shit.
But at the same time, what Pokemon would you even give Ash? Because you can't objectively say which one.
I mean, it depends on what version of him you want to use. If you want to use Indigo League, you just use
Well, no, because if you use selected versions of Ash, you're always going to have that argument come back and bite him in the ass of oh, this team.
Well,
if you do a completion team of the strongest 6 he has ever had.
Okay, so who does Ash actually get then? Because does he ever get Arceus?
Does he ever get any legendaries ever?
Zygrade, right?
You mean Darkrai?
I've never watched Ash's adventures past the Johto.
Does anyone know if Ash gets any legendary Pokemon under his belt?
I know what he didn't get, and that was the... Well, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, because I know first and foremost, he's getting Pikachu. That's not up for debate. So there's 5 slots that need to be filled. One will probably be Charizard.
I mean, if you want to be basic, you could just say the rest of them would be Squirtle and Ivysaur.
Okay. More than likely, Ash is going to have Pikachu, Charizard. I don't think they'd give him Squirtle because Squirtle's a real one, and Squirtle wouldn't help a pussy like that.
What?
I'm sorry.
Maybe,
You see Squirtle with those shades?
Maybe
what do you mean? What do you mean Squirtle's a real one? It wouldn't help him. He's just nah, fuck off, man. I got plans. Just leaves.
Squirtle's gonna go hang out with the other Squirtles. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I'm thinking maybe Sceptile.
No, they would give him Butterfree. They'd give him the Butterfly.
I was the only one I remember is specifically. I think he gets Snorlax. I'm pretty sure he gets an Eevee, but I could be wrong about that. And then primarily Butterfree and Pidgeotto.
The strongest Pokemon Ash captured is Melmetal. Very close, but not legendary. Okay, so he never gets a legendary. All right.
Okay, so if you want to talk about the Pokemon that he gets in most of the Indigo League and the Justice League, none of them are really Like, some are rare, but, like, none of them are, like, pseudo-legendaries or legendaries. So if you're throwing those things up against the fucking god cards, their spines are gonna get snapped.
Well, it kind of depends on how you want to take, like, scaling, because the movies are canon to the anime.
I mean, I kind of... I don't know if that really would matter, because then there's, like, the whole fucking roster of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that you have to account for.
Okay, so
And
hold on. To clarify something.
There's one movie you have to account for, which is the fact of, like, they do throw hands with Darkrai, and Darkrai can throw hands with Palkia and Dialga.
No, but he doesn't get Darkrai.
No, he doesn't need to. He has Pokemon that has fought Darkrai.
So, hold on.
Do they have any feats or any lore that puts them on that level other than just the movie?
Probably. Pokemon's like over 1,000
Well,
episodes. I need to, like, go through it, like, completely to give you, like, full rundown. I stopped after, like, showing, like, you know.
So,
Johto?
are we treating Pokemon like all Pokemon scale to legendaries or not then?
No, you would only do the individual ones. Because there are exceptions among the species where there are some that are stronger than others.
Yeah, but like the whole point of a Pokemon is that it can get stronger under a trainer. I think it's a little bit ridiculous to suggest that they could even naturally be grown to the level of a legendary, when some of them are literally like shaping the way the planet works, and then some of them are shaping the way that like time and space works. I think that's a little bit absurd that you can just train a Pikachu to fight something that can fight the god of time. That doesn't really make a lot of sense unless you have like some lore that backs that up.
Nah, it's alright, Mangler, because you know what? I'm gonna use composite. I'm gonna use mystery dungeon.
Okay, see, you know what? That would have been a smarter. That's a more respectable position. I'm just saying. I've never agreed with the idea of Pokemon being able to just scale to a legendary because they can be stronger than their given species. It's like, what? Like, how does that suddenly equate to them like fighting things that can cause like yeah, this thing that can cause like a lightning storm, it now scales to something that can like shake the planet? Like that seems a little silly without any lore.
Hello, Eden. Doesn't Obelisk just dropkick any Pokemon he has? Well, so this is where it becomes a question of like which Pokemon he gets. Because if he doesn't get legendaries, I'm pretty sure the God cards just scale above them. Hold up. Do I hear Sparta typing in that the God cards don't scale that high?
Because here's the problem. Ash has like 300 Pokemon, so you have to really like narrow it down of who he gets.
Well, you just kind of have to determine which ones are legendaries and which ones are not, because like hacks-wise, they're not going to be able to affect the gods cards. Like, I understand most of the Pokemon hacks are pretty good. Like, I've played at least 4 to 5 generations of the games. I've seen what they can do. The problem is that you'd be comparing that against. When you scale Yu-Gi-Oh, you literally have to go into all the lore of what the cards can do, and then apply that to the god cards, because the god cards are unaffected by like all monster effects, spell effects, trap effects. So that means they are literally unaffected by thousands upon thousands of unique battle effects. Like, their resistances are gonna be absurd. It isn't just their power that's strong. Ash tanks his Charizard flamethrower. I mean, that's also kind of like a meme that they throw in there. I think that's literally something that they talk about in the first 6 episodes of Pokemon, which is just that trainers can survive the effects of their Pokemon, and I think the reason Professor Oak gives it is that whatever doesn't kill you just makes you stronger. Like, he doesn't actually provide like a good reason. It's just like sort of like a Nintendo meme argument. So I'm sure there's some lore out there that explains why at this point, but individually they did not provide. Originally they did not provide.
Oh no! When it comes to Fate, from what I remember, it's like Ash and like Team Rocket are just fucking built different. But The problem with season
Player
one is that
content?
season one tried to bridge some of the lore of the game with like levels and shit, but then they just dropped that concept right away once they realized, shit, we can't base a show off that. That's way too hard.
I just have a hard time accepting when, like, narratively and lore-wise, they're never treated any different than, like, normal kids. Like, yes, they have an extraordinary amount of luck. They survive in these terrible circumstances, but I'm pretty sure if I walked up to Ash and put a
Timazorn?
gun to his head...
Nani?
Wait. If we go with the theory that like Ash is still 10 by the time his journey has ended, because it has ended, would they have to calculate how fast he is moving to do everything in the fucking series that he has done?
I think Ash is older than 10. Remember the Pokemon are limited to 4 moves in lore? Yeah, I understand that, but...
Tim, I shit you not, when I remember when Universe started, and this is what made me drop Universe straight away. It's just like, Ash Ketchum, a 10-year-old boy. I'm like, he's not still fucking 10, unless he's spending like literally a week in each region.
I'm also expected to believe that 10-year-old boy has never won a championship, like a major championship, and I'm like, no, that's bullshit. Especially since he shows up to all of them and usually ends up in, like, top 10. So it's like, how have you not... I guess they were just planning on treating him the same way they treat any, like, professional Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon player. It's like, yeah, you know, you might get there, you might not, you'll just do well.
What was the lowest he got to? I think the lowest Ash got to was, like, the semis in, like, the JO League, wasn't it?
He gets... So, there's...
He gets beaten by Harrison.
If you wanted to look it up online, I believe people have made pictographs of each region and where Ash has made it. And the most recent generation, he finally did it. It only took him like 8 or 9 generations. Hey, is that Mangler Balrog Blaze? Oh, hello. Not, is it Eden? I don't know who you are.
He seems to be an old guy. Unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with that name. Anyways, well, I mean, so God Card immunity is kind of weird because the God Cards operate under a divinity system where they are just superior to everything below their divinity, except for the occasional monster that rivals their level, who isn't in their divinity. Because
so even in those cases, I think it's pointed out that even other god cards are below the divinity of other god cards that have a higher divine hierarchy.
yes, so the way it worked was Obelisk and Slifer are the first level of divinity, and Ross is at the top of divinity. And the same was true for the wicked gods, with the 2 gods being lesser, and then the dark avatar being at the top of the hierarchy.
What about the Asgard gods?
What?
What about the Asgard gods?
So most of those other ones just have statements that they're as powerful as the gods, or some other statements. Sparta went through the entirety of like 5Ds and GX at this point, and I think he's gathered like most of the statements from the anime. So if you wanted to go look at them, I think they're all down there in the chat. I think the only one that was legitimately supposed to be near the gods and like the anime, as far as like other deities, was like there was like a Jin, Zork, I think certain types of Exodia, and then Blue Eyes was also considered in some iterations to be.
So I know Sparta said at one point that other creatures had divinity in the manga. Like I think the Nordic gods have divine, but I wasn't sure if they had the same protections the god cards did.
No, I don't think any. Well, okay, I don't know that for sure, but I'm just pointing out that like the god cards are very specifically stated when in the strings duel. When Yugi is trying to use other cards on the god cards, they make it very clear that like spells, trap cards, monster effects, those powers do not affect the gods.
Yeah.
And the problem is that basically includes the specific abilities that any of those cards would have, which is like everything from like soul manipulation to mind manipulation to like transforming people into zombies to every possible hacks you could think of is on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. So, if none of that works on the God cards, of these thousands and thousands of effects, I think you're going to have a hard time arguing that, like, you know, Yugi loses. Also, I'm pretty sure I don't know if this one is technically real, but like I'm pretty sure he could probably just use Hokarthi as well.
So he can use Hokarthi, but if we're gonna go by that route, he can also buff Obelisk to have infinite attack power.
Why would he? Well, I still use.
Oh my god, boy!
Because the Pyramid of Light is referenced in the anime. So.
Wait.
Actually, that's Mangler. Do you know if any Pokemon Ash has like Trick Room?
I am not familiar, but you'd have to look for like a psychic type primarily.
Well, it's not always psychic type. Sometimes normal types have it.
Yeah, when you want to be worthless. Usually only specific normal types.
If you want to be useless, you use Ice type.
Bro, why does everyone hate on Ice type? Like, there's nothing like killing flying grass, rock,
Bro,
the ground.
Bro, Ice types can talk when they can survive being tapped on the shoulder.
Bro, you would never be using them on a physical type. You'd just be using them on specials.
I bet I could make a bug team that could probably beat them if I gave them enough space.
I mean, yeah, but how are you going to do that if you're frozen? What difference will your speed matter when you're an ice cube?
Look,
listen, Balrog. It's all about being the anti-special special.
Wait, so hold on.
No, Mangler, real G's know that if you want to be the best, you train exclusively in fucking like Dragon before like fucking Gen 6 or 7.
No, that's if you want to be a dick. You're just like dragons everywhere, and all of them have a fire type move in case you decide to get smart.
What's that? You've got a Garchomp and you're going up against the Ice Gym. Yeah, he's also got Flamethrower, so I basically melt her entire team.
And anyway, what were you saying, Zim?
Look, all I'm gonna say is does fucking Yugi get the Sacred Knights or whatever?
The Legendary Knights?
Yes.
I don't see any reason why you wouldn't.
All right, so multiple infinite power beings, understood?
I want to point out that like most of Yugi's cards are either divinity things or special monsters that at some point get powers that make them like way too strong, and also have like silly abilities.
Doesn't Yugi bypass infinity technically?
I don't know, but I would like to point out that like the fucking Time Wizard, like the basic thing that like I'm pretty sure. If I'm not mistaken, he gave Joey Time Wizard. Time Wizard's ability allows you to literally warp the space-time continuum by ripping things back millions of years into the future and aging things to death. That is like a basic ability that Time Wizard can do. And Time Wizard is one of the weakest monsters in the game.
Never forget that canonically Joey beat Yugi in a duel.
I mean, he's got that Time Wizard. I don't blame him.
So, in order for Joey to get Red Eyes back, Yugi says he has to beat him in a duel, and Yugi says he won't hold back in their duel. And Joey has Red Eyes in the later portion of the series.
Okay.
Well, Yugi always lies about having a fair match. So.
Okay, so my question is, was he fighting Yugi or the Pharaoh?
I think it's fine the Pharaoh, to be fair. Because I think the Pharaoh says he was back.
The Pharaoh always lies. Yami always lies.
Damn, okay. Hit them with that Yami always lies.
I mean, surely for the fight, they would give him the Pharaoh, right? Like, they wouldn't just be like, well, the recent movie shows he doesn't have him anymore.
if we're going to base the movie, to be honest with you, that means they would have given him God cards, which means he can't get fucking fucked at that point.
Actually,
He does have but Zim, he does have a whole deck of Dark Magician women.
That's
I'm pretty
true.
sure that wouldn't
You didn't
matter
think of that, did you?
for purposes. And
Doesn't matter.
if we're talking
Hang on.
God,
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, what?
That's the deck you use. Doesn't matter. That's the deck you use.
What deck is he using specifically?
The one from the movie, from the recent movie where he's fighting Kyber and he has.
Oh,
like,
I'm talking about the Pharaoh, not like Kid Yugi.
No, I'm talking about fucking.
Oh,
Yugi, that's the
yeah.
deck.
Yeah, the little magician girls decks. Oh boy. I don't remember. Well, actually, I don't remember a lot of the lore for Yu-Gi-Oh cards because the funny thing is that all the lore for the Yu-Gi-Oh cards is in Master Duel, of all places.
Well, the funny thing is that like a lot of what the cards do don't exist in the game. It's a lot of anime effects, like his fight against Panic.
Well, so like for example, if you were to play against Light Sworns, you would probably just assume their Light Sworns powers are the ability to create like blessed effects and control light. Kind of. Their lore reveals that they actually just have the ability to jump through the space-time fabric and BFR people to like other universes and things because they're basically multiversal policemen. But you never would have assumed that if you just looked at their cards, because that's what their lore says.
Have the Ancient Gears got their own chapter yet in Master Duel?
I would have to re-download Master Duel. I'd be willing to do it though. I've kind of gotten through a lot of my backlog, so I can try that. Plus, Master Duel is one of the few things that I can play for free. And I did build a ton of decks on it. So this is before I stopped playing. Yu-Gi-Oh's got some hacks, right? All right. Is that like a genuine question, or you were just? I'm assuming the way he worded that was a little weird.
No, that was someone asked in the comment section.
Yu-Gi-Oh does have a lot of hacks, like so many hacks. Primarily soul, mind, empathy, manipulation, BFR, a lot of corruption. Oh, that's me acknowledging. Okay, yeah, yes. I was gonna say the way that was worded was a little weird. Pokemon versus Bakugan. I am not a Bakugan guy. Kyle, go.
Bakugan.
There you go. You're now more knowledgeable.
I just came across one word. I just came across the statement the other fucking day that like that Drago can basically just copy abilities that he sees and just gain their power. Other than that, the Infinity Core can literally absorb an enemy's power, no matter. They can just absorb an enemy's power and just send it straight back at them.
That's what you do. Yeah, my main problem with using like Pokemon in like sort of a power scaling sense is like one, almost everything in Pokemon is wrapped up in guides primarily because you need like more definitive descriptions for like moves, stuff like that, especially strategy guides, which ironically I actually have a ton of those for the first 3 generations. I have a lot of official guidebooks printed by Nintendo.
God forbid you try and use one of the main characters from the game, because you'd have to literally just use whatever generations gives them.
Yes, and that's the first problem. I have a plethora of problems. The second one is Pokemon are not created equally. They are super type-based, and based on what generation they were until about 4th generation, their physical and like non-physical attacks were split into the entire type differences. Like psychic types never had physical attacks because they were just called psychic. So you never had like variations of their powers being used. They were always like, you know, indirect, projected energy-based attacks. Whereas even like 4 generations to change that.
Well, even among like the individuals of the species, you can have some that are way stronger than others.
Well, then there's also the problem with move lists and TMs as well, because not every Pokemon can learn every single ability.
That's right. Like, what list are you going to use from what year? You just use the current list that they have, right?
So generally speaking, I would use whatever the most modern updated list is, because they change the list for every era. But that's why I also say that it matters which version of like Ash or which characters you're using in the show, because the move list is different for each generation. They do that specifically because they're like, here's the moves you're going to have in the game. This is what we'll have in the show. That's what you get. And then it will be changed again next generation. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense, because you're going to update it. You're going to change it. There's going to be some tweaks here. But like, that's the whole point of a character like Mew. Mew is intended to be a Pokemon that can learn any move. The moment you introduce a Pokemon that can learn any move, regardless of conditions, you basically just put a limitation on all the other Pokemon in the game. You just admitted they can't learn everything. Or even, like, most techniques. They have a hard limit on their powers. And that's like the thing you want.
Or you can be a stupid trainer like Ash, where Pikachu originally knew Thunder, but then he traded it in for the inferior Thunderbolt.
Hey, to be fair, at least he didn't trade it in for Thundershock.
Oh.
I was like, no. I always thought, like, Thunderbolt was a pretty consistently solid move, but Thundershock was always, like, a really good beginner move for, like, Thunder moves. At least first
Thunderbolt is good. Thunderbolt is good until you get Thunder, and most of the time, Thunder lands anyway, even without like Rain Dance.
Yeah, but Thunder in the rain is amazing, especially Gen 2. Gen 2, I think I told you about this, but you can literally use a Raichu, speed up your speed. You either speed up your speed or you use like double team to make yourself like evasive, so that you'll automatically dodge everything. And then when you're fighting Lance, he will just use Gyarados, and he'll just do Rain Dance, and you keep doing double team, and then after a certain point, he can't hit you, and you just use Thunder for the next 3 turns, and you wipe his entire team using his own move. You just wipe his whole fucking team because he can't touch you. Because his own move enabled a looping strat. That's such a silly way for like the final boss of the game. Like, I have everything I need to defeat you. Use this one move. It's like, now I have everything I need to defeat you.
I had the funniest battle one day. I was on a bus on an excursion, and I was battling my friend Steven, and he got the shit so bad because I had one Haxorus that had the move Guillotine, and it never missed. 3 fights in a row, it landed all like 18 times. It was fucking great.
What were you doing that made it a one-shot?
Guillotine is just a one-shot move.
No. Like, what were you doing that made Guillotine like perfect accuracy?
Nothing.
Usually it doesn't.
Nothing.
That's not usually how it works, though. It shouldn't. It needs
I know.
To most times.
I know. That's why he was so pissed off.
Yeah, no, that literally sounds like a hacked game. Like, Guillotine is usually supposed to... I'm pretty sure it only has a 33% accuracy ratio. If it has a 100% accuracy ratio for 18 turns, that's insane.
No, it's like sheer cold and all that. It's got like 15. And I remember I looked at him after the 4th one, and I'm like, are you ready for it to hit again? He's like, don't you fucking dare. And it fucking hit.
Did you have like a field effect that changed it?
No, nothing. I could not tell you why it did it.
Sorry, I'm very pleased right now.
Oh, well, he's over there being pleased. Yeah, Bakugan's a pretty powerful verse.
Yes, I'm very happy.
No, I like going through Bakugan again, but boys, Man, I wish I wasn't so ambitious as to be like, yeah, I'm gonna choose Drago first. This is gonna be easy, because it wasn't until I was partway through season 2 that I remembered, oh no, Code Eve exists. Oh no, I basically have to document every fucking power in the series. That's what's taking so long, is getting the scans for all the powers.
Bruh. That's what you get for doing a simple verse like Plotagon.
Oh, dude. If I could go back and just tell myself to start another character, I would have chose fucking Spectre and Helios. That would have been so much easier, and the video would already be out.
That's what I want to do.
Oh yeah, so I saw some manga spoilers that yeah, Shanks is a royal.
Shanks, yeah. I mean, we've already known that for a while, though. The real question on the table is what's Emu gonna do now?
I am so happy. But continue on with your conversation.
Are you sure, Mangley? You sound pretty happy.
Well, I just got the announcement that Battle Nations is hitting the App Store in the next 24 hours. It's finally returning after it was removed from the App Store like 10 years ago.
Whatever the fuck that is.
Well, listen, it was a command like strategy game that had like great characters, wacky story, cool world building, cool technology, fantastic art style and story. And essentially, because of how it was managed by its original company, it had to go offline from the App Store. But the community loved the game so much, they basically I think they crowdfunded like a bunch of devs together, and then they eventually started trying to work on a bunch of other fan-made games and spin-offs, which got shut down by the parent company of the one that shut down Battle Nations. And then they worked out a deal with the original parent company to get the license and the name for Battle Nations. And then they started developing redeveloping the code for it to re-release it. And they've had it in alpha for I think like a year or two. And then they've had it in beta for a full year, and they've just been doing patches nonstop and having people test them, and they're now just releasing it. So it's literally like the only example of like a game I think I've seen where like the community has just taken back the game from the developers. Because the parent company is like, oh yeah, if you want this, you can have it. We don't want it anymore. Community's like, your loss.
What are you guys' predictions on Hulk versus Godzilla? Hulk's probably gonna take it based on their scaling they gave him.
Oh my fucking god, they are doing that one, aren't they?
Yeah.
Why is Hulk versus Godzilla a thing?
I have no idea.
They're just like two big like green things that got mutated by like radiation. Like that's just the kind of fight for humanity. Like that's it. That seems kind of surface level. I don't know. My standards for matches are high. So. No one here knows what Battle Nation is, but that's okay. I know what it is, and that's all that matters.
No one here knows what it is. What do I do? So nothing else matters.
In case you guys are interested in it, it is a free-to-play game. You don't have to pay for it. It's a free-to-play game where you can go and grind everything you want. It's dropping on the App Store, on Android, and I think iPhone, and also Steam. Next 24 hours. I'm not marketing it here. I swear, it's not an advertising. I just say that because I just got informed from their official Discord that it's dropping tomorrow, and I was like, wow, that was I guess I could say that was fast, but it was in beta for like a year after being an alpha for like 2, so I guess that kind of makes sense.
But if you do pick it up, remember to use the promo code Mangler.
Damn it, I forgot the promo code. Damn it, Kyle. My prediction is it's going to be either 3D or hand-drawn for who do you think wins. Hulk, no diffs, but knowing Death Battle, they're probably going to do it dirty again. I don't know. Oh, go ahead.
For the fight, it's going to be 3D. Like, there's no other way you can do that fight where it's going to look well.
Considering what they did for Ollie, I think they're probably going to make it 3D, yeah. As far as who's going to win, depends on how Death Battle wants to be. Because sometimes Death Battle will take characters and will composite them unfairly, and then like other characters, they'll just be like, we're just using this specific version.
Well, I think it's going to depend on if they're going to composite Godzilla and how far they want to take the Hulk.
Yeah, because like Marvel... Okay, so like DC... So Marvel and DC spend most of their time going into like higher cosmology stuff like nowadays, and even somewhat back then. But with like the Hulk, he's more so part of like a scaling chain of scaling to things in that point. Outside of obviously storylines like Immortal Hulk, where it's just like, oh, you're just basically a part of the one below all's will. Who is just an aspect of the one above all, who's just the supreme creator of Marvel. Well, actually, now I think about it, that's actually just a bigger exasperation of Hulk being a bigger exaggeration of Hulk being part of a giant scaling chain. Whereas Godzilla doesn't really have that problem. Godzilla has more direct feeds, I'm pretty sure. Or at least versions of Godzilla. I'm not saying Hulk would be stronger. I think by like most people's suggestions, they would assume that most versions of Hulk are stronger than most versions of Godzilla. But I don't think that's how Death Battle is going to see it, because they're going to look at who is doing the feats.
I think it's going to come down to how they want to take Godzilla's Singularity movie, where was it King Ghidorah who was a extra dimensional being or something like that in that movie?
I've never seen that. I've seen mostly Godzilla, the more recent Monsters movies, the 90s one. I think I've seen parts of like one of the Game Boy Advance game, and then I think like some comics back in the day, but I don't remember them. They're gonna composite Godzilla, and they should give Hulk his one below all form. They might. Yeah, just giant Galactus-sized Hulk.
Oh, so basically, like, speaking of retrospective, so given how they scaled Hulk when he fought Broly, does this officially just mean that they believe that he would beat Doomsday now?
That's a good question. I mean, that's kind of the assumption that you make with a lot of these things, I guess. Well, actually, wait, hang on. Did they do Hulk versus Doomsday?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did ages ago.
Well, to be fair, I think Hulk being Doomsday is not like that crazy. Doomsday is like people less powerful than Hulk all the time. Like Doomsday's whole shtick, his whole gimmick, is just being able to like adapt to things and not die to them entirely. So that's wholly the basis on which he functions. The problem is that he's not even like a good example of that, because in most of the stories, the powers or abilities work on him multiple times, and even things that are just a win con on him will just kill him immediately. He doesn't like it doesn't take them longer to go into effect. And some things I don't even think he particularly adapts to. It's just things that don't specifically kill him. Doomsday's weird.
I think it's weird. Pure mortality.
The Honorable Ball is able to kill a mortal man who has true immortality. If I was asked to take a take on stage, I would like to ask what the standard interpretation of immortality means.
Well, it depends on what kind of immortality we're talking about, because immortality has different keys.
So,
Like,
so this,
is this character,
Go ahead.
does the character just live forever? Are they just, not able to die by natural causes?
Most people, when you ask them what immortal means, it depends on what group of people you're thinking about. If you're asking someone scientifically what it means, most people answer that it means a person just lives forever. If we're talking in like a religious context, most people usually think that means you can't die to normal means, because they try to think of you as more of a god. Because gods are typically associated like hand in hand with immortal beings. There's different types of immortality, as Kyle said. But like, if you were to ask a mainstream interpretation, like if you were to walk up to a person on the street, it depends on how you define the question. If you define it scientifically, then people would probably say it refers to your lifespan. Also, the average person's not really thinking about the types of immortality, so they might not have a great answer for you. You'll probably get a whole host of different responses. Sorry, not Immortal Man. His name is actually Mr. Immortal. Yeah, I'll be honest. Immortal Man is a way better name than Mr. Immortal. I think being unable to die, as in cannot be hit, means being impervious, not immortal. That would still mean you can be immortal. Because a large part of being mortal is just existing as a being that can die.
It's being mortal in the most basic of terms is a life form that has a specific lifespan.
A specific lifespan is capable of dying, usually. So by being an immortal, you are effectively someone that would be outside of those weaknesses or those conditions. Yeah, and that's why it's ambiguous. Yeah, because it can be, like, immortality can also be varied between fictions. Like, Dragon Ball immortality is immortality type 1, 2, and 3. If you wish for immortality with the Dragon Balls, you live forever, you can't die to conventional wounds, and you regenerate from everything. So
You
immortality
just become
in Dragon Ball.
You basically just become Garlic Jr.
Yeah, but like that's pretty good. But like the thing is, like it means something different in Sekiro, for example. In Sekiro, you don't like when you become immortal, you don't necessarily not age. You can still die. You can't even necessarily survive wounds that don't kill a person, but you resurrect when you die. You resurrect blade curse or something like that. Or you have a parasite, depending on which version of immortality it is. Because there's multiple types of immortality in Sekiro.
Yeah, because the other two types, you have parasitic, where you basically just, come back as long as you have something that you can tether to, or you have like Lord of the Rings elves, where they just do not die by aging, but they can be killed by other means.
Yeah. Similarly, I think what's his name, Voldemort in Harry Potter, he has the type of immortality. His is like reliant. because as long as the Horcruxes are active, you can't kill him by like conventional means. But once you destroy the Horcrux, you can die.
Or, like, you can destroy his physical body, but he will just come back eventually.
Yeah. There's also people who are like deathless immortals, where they're only really immortals by virtue of the fact that they're not really alive or dead. They just have like a specific type of physiology that grants them being immortal. Because sometimes people will just say something is immortal, and then there's usually like a defining factor for why that is. I think that there was a game. Yeah, so there was a game that I just went through recently, Eternal Blade. So in the main antagonist of Eternal Blade is called Belladine. He's literally, so in the game he is literally the manifestation of like anger and hatred that comes out of like humans and things in the world, manifested in a form. And the main reason people say they can kill him is he's immortal is that it's impossible to fell him normally in combat. But when you fight him, you find out that the reason for that is because he has specifically two different rods of time. One which just does what King Crimson does and erases the past. So that like literally anything you try to hit him with never truly like it erases the past and leaves only the result behind. I'm not even joking to tell you like verbatim. It is exactly what King Crimson does. And then the other one, like I think erases the future. So like he specifically erases the past so that he never takes damage, and then he will erase the future so that you can't dodge his attacks.
No. I got a question. Is he erasing time, or is he just erasing your perception?
I see what you did there. I mean, hey, based on what the game shows, I really am just perceiving it, so you might have a point. Might be on something there, Kyle. Yeah, so he's not really like Belladine, for example. You would maybe say that's like reliant immortality, because people just call him immortal, but they make it clear that the secret to his immortality is that you just can't really like hit him most times. He can always find a way to hit you, and any damage you ever inflict to them, he'll just erase that out of the timeline, and it will just never happen. So, in order to fight him, you have to destroy the rods mid-combat. You have to like damage them, and then they fly off the stage, and then you hit him, and then he summons them back whenever he's attacking. You essentially have to interrupt them during the boss fight, because if you don't, he will literally restore all of the health and all the damage that he received. Is it Mr. Immortal's true immortality because he's tried to end himself multiple ways, but he always comes back? That's immortality via resurrection. But like, if Mr. Immortal can kill himself, then he definitely doesn't have like reliant immortality or like resilient immortality, because he can die to things that a person. I mean, does he need special means to kill himself? Because if he doesn't, then yeah, he only has like one type of immortality. A cosmic squirrel even told him that everyone and everything will eventually die, including gods like Entity, gods like Eternity, Galactus, etc. But Mr. Immortal will be the only one that died alive, and yet this one above all was able to kill him. I mean, that just means he can negate like immortality. But I guess that also means, technically speaking, that he would outlive certain things, and has certain parts of his existence that can outlive like conceptual entities. So that's like pretty cool, I guess. That would be like a function of his longevity, immortality. And this guy is based. Yes. I don't know who we're referring to. Zim, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh. He's just been locked in this whole time.
To be fair, there was actually like a lot of lore that was going on in the text, so yeah, I actually was reading like pretty extensively. While you guys were over there discussing your Godzilla versus Hulk matchup, which we all know they're going to give the Hulk because they can't give Godzilla a proper win.
Godzilla won his other matchup.
I guess we know who you're rooting for.
Jim, what are you talking about? Like, Godzilla won his matchup that he was in.
Should have won more.
He's only been in one.
I was gonna say, hasn't he only been in like one matchup?
Should have more matchups.
That sounds more like a skill issue on Godzilla's part.
Nah.
Oh, the guy was just the result of time, just basically trolling them all. Yeah, I don't think Belladine really particularly cared for the accuracy of his information. He just wanted people to feel despair. Honestly, that's what I felt like when I was playing his boss fight. I was like, man, this fucker is really trolling me. Actually, even if you beat him, you still lose in the timeline because you're fated to lose to him. You literally have to break your fate because you realize you're trapped in a loop. So even if you can fight him and you're strong enough to beat him and destroy his rods, that still isn't enough. Another character has to like literally see the future and is like, I'm gonna change the past now. Mr. Zed refuses to take him because he's a universal backup if Franklin Richards somehow passes before the next multiverse comes into being. That's... Okay, so that just means that the law of death itself is just not doing its job.
The entity, or...
Yeah, well, Mistress Death supports the laws of death in the Marvel Universe and the Marvel Multiverse. So if she refuses to take you to her realm, then that means the actual laws of the universe governing death are not doing their job. It's not that they're being defied, they're actively choosing not to do their own work.
I wish I could send my cues about room temperature. What?
I wish I could understand, but my cues not. Okay, so basically, what I'm saying is that, at least from what Jeremy said, is that Mr. Immortal is basically fated, or not fated, but he's going to outlive all the cosmic entities because he truly won't die. Like, he can't die in that regard. What Rock and Alice told us is effectively that Mistress Death will not take him because he's basically a backup for the universe. If Mistress Death does not take you when you die, what that means is that she's essentially the concept of death in Marvel. So if she does not take you into your realm, if she refuses to take you to her realm, that means you are truly deathless. You will always come back in some way. Even if something can kill you, you will always come back. Death will just be a minor inconvenience. Because the thing that governs death itself is like, no, I don't want you. Go back to life. His paperwork is filed such that he has diplomatic immunity when it comes to death. Is that actually like a true thing, or are you just like making a joke of his like relationship to death? Because if he actually has like paperwork against death, that would be really funny. Because like it's not the only person that has this problem. Mistress Death has kicked other people out of her realm. I think she kicked Thanos out of her realm because she didn't want anything more to do with her. Or him.
Didn't she also do that to Deadpool?
Probably. I mean, Deadpool in one of his comics tries to date him. Mistress Death does do paperwork. I'm not asking if she does paperwork. I'm asking if she did that for his paperwork. You know who can beat the boss of time? Trundle? Zim will understand. Zim, what's this Trundle?
Trendle's guy from League of Legends.
Huh. I don't know who that is.
Zim truly did understand.
You guys over here talking about cosmic entities and shenanigans like that?
Actually, we were talking about paperwork. Get it right.
Sorry,
What's the
mate,
difference?
The conversation is not police case. It's not about gratuitous rape.
Wow.
You've got nothing to add. Poor boy.
Well, I'm over here trying to collect souls to give to a demon that my sister made a deal with, so, you know. I'm in a bit of a weird position.
I'm assuming she did because everyone has paperwork, so she probably had to sign off for him. If everyone in the realm has paperwork for their death, then yeah, I guess he might be considered a special exemption. It's entirely possible she did file paperwork for him. It's just that the paperwork could have been, yeah, he doesn't get to die. That's what the paperwork said.
What, is he just like that one poor fucker that, like, Thanos fucking torments every year?
Oh, no. No, Mr. Immortal is someone else.
No, I'm just speaking like the same kind of situation.
I assume it's very similar to the reason why Spider-Man never gets a happy ending, because some Marvel writer out there is like, what poor fuck do we need to torture today? Oh, Mr. Immortal.
Spider-Man gets nothing but happy endings, he just doesn't get a happy relationship.
Depends on the versions of I would say like the mainline versions of Spider-Man don't get happy endings. When you have Spider-Mans with like limited comic runs, generally they get happy endings if they're like alternate universe versions. Yeah,
I like how my dude just flew right over your head.
I got it. I'm just like, well, that's not entirely true. Kyle, you just don't appreciate the sufferings Spider-Man has to go through.
He is not.
But then again, neither do I. So, I do not care. It has taken me way too long to get through this novel. Whether we're Spider-Man or Dante, if we're talking like over time, probably most versions of Spider-Man. Because Dante's life is mostly like pretty bad like early on, and then after 3 it gets like a lot better. Specifically after 1 as well. I mean, he's depressed, yeah, but like most of his greatest enemies have been eliminated, and the reason his life isn't getting better is because he kind of just sucks at his job. It's really just a skill issue for Dante after, like, up until DMC 1, it is not a skill issue. After that point, a lot of it is a skill issue. Whereas, like, Spider-Man's life isn't a skill issue problem.
Because as the anime shows, Dante is just incredibly lazy.
Yeah, it's incredibly lazy. It's not even incompetence. He's smart enough to do it. He just chooses not to. Whereas, like, Spider-Man's problem isn't incompetence. In fact, most times it's usually other people's incompetence weighing him down, getting in his way. And to be honest, Mary Jane wasn't terribly represented in the movie. She literally betrayed Peter for Paul. Not surprised they've been married for years. I'm just talking about Spider-Man, like, losing love life and, like, family every single time he gets into a place of happiness where it's like, oh, just got promoted to the Avengers. Now your aunt's dead. Oh, finally found Mary Jane out of the situation. Now she's marrying Paul. Like, oh, I'm finally settled into my new living estate. I've got a job and I'm happy and healthy. Great, the planet's being invaded now and all your friends are dead. It's like, what? Why is that necessary? Spider-Man No Contest, bro got cucked by an ink-eyed Paul.
I think the best part about Spider-Man's relationship with Paul is that ultimately they had to make Peter like the idea, or actually end up liking Paul, so Paul actually likes Peter, or Peter actually likes Paul nowadays.
Yes, because they couldn't kill him for whatever reason.
I don't think Paul itself was a bad idea. It's just that he looks like the fucking writer of the fucking he looks like the writer. It's a self-insert.
Ew.
That's how you know he needed to bang Mary Jane. His writing was like, Spider-Man, I control your life, and now I control your wife.
Why they do that? Why couldn't he just draw shit at home?
Well, now he is drawing shit at home. He's drawing himself in it.
What does he send? What does he send Peter a text message saying I'm going cave diving, and it's just a picture of Mary Jane?
Oh my god.
Did you like that one?
I did. That was funny.
For
What is the Doomslayer fought? The infamous Doomsday. That'd probably be Doomsday.
Okay, so let's
What?
hang on.
I said the Doomslayer wins because he slays Doom while Doomsday makes the Dooms during the days. Oh, yeah, that is correct. He makes a good point there. One of them makes Doom and one of them slays it. Bro pulled up with his Venom suit and terrorized his entire Sinister Six and had Paul dangling on top of a skyscraper. I believe Reed and Tony have mentioned that the only reason Peter isn't as successful as him is just his lack of resources. I'm going to call that a little bit of bullshit on that one. Like, I know Peter is, like, much smarter, but I find much smarter than, like, the average person. But I find it a little bit absurd to think he's as smart as, like, Tony or Reed. I know he doesn't have as many resources, but I find that to be a little bit silly. Like, just a little bit. Because some of the stuff that Reed and Tony can do defy, like, physics. Some of their technology. We're not talking, like, super advanced sci-fi technology. We're talking stuff that defies how the universe and the multiverse works on a fundamental level. Said if I read that Peter is smart as he is, no. I understand it's stated. I'm saying that's not believable. I don't believe that.
So when it comes to the lore of the most intelligent people in Marvel, Peter is a little dumber than Reed. It's weird.
Yes.
So what?
Because Tony's a little dumber than Reed, and Tony's making the comparison to Spider-Man as well.
No.
So what?
Peter's smarter than Tony.
That's there's nothing that justifies that position.
Is he smarter than Hank?
What?
Is he smarter?
So Peter Parker's smarter than Tony, but Tony is a better businessman and has more resources than him, so that's why you never really notice it.
Well, they make it a point in the books of Korvac that most people on the planet aren't smarter than Tony, but Reed Richards is. Because when he gets the powers of Galactus and the power cosmic, the thing he does, because he decides he wants to solve the problems of the planet, is that he makes everyone on the planet as smart as he is. And Reed Richards specifically says, "Why do I feel dumber?" Like, afterwards, like, everyone else feels, like, much better for being as smart as they are, but, like, Reed Richards specifically points out, I think I got dumber.
What an unintentional fucking diss. Isn't Reed also, like, just the biggest asshole?
Yes, in some ways. Doom even compliments Peter? I'm not saying they aren't showing examples of characters acknowledging it. I'm saying I don't believe that.
Yeah, no.
They mangle my mind. Yeah, that people have told me that before. I tend to upset people's preconceived notions about things. I shatter their worldview.
You tend to do that a lot to people, yeah.
It's the only way to make them better.
And apparently, according to some people, you and me are quite rude when we do that.
Yes, according to most people in general, yes.
Since when has constructive criticism ever been positive?
Well, one of you guys gives constructive criticism once in a blue moon. The other one's Kyle.
What do you mean?
I think that's the reason why people think I'm called Mr. Mingler. I just called it that because I thought it was like a funny name. I didn't actually have a.
I give constructive criticism all the time.
Sure. Sure you do.
I'm pretty sure it's stated that Tony can't replicate Spider-Man's web fluid. I find that bullshit.
I have given you feedback for 3 of your books. Has any of them been unjustifiably cruel?
Almost all of them have been unjustifiably cruel. Almost all of it.
Tony is surprisingly smarter than Reed when it comes to chess. I find that to be very surprising. I find it also bullshit that Tony can't replicate the Spider-Man web fluid. How difficult is it to make web fluid?
So you have to understand that the properties of the web fluid are not natural in the sense that, like,
they're not natural. Oh, if only I had a scanner system or something that could scan someone's body or like molecules.
he can replicate some of it, but he can't replicate it enough for it to disappear the way the normal web fluid does. Also, Tony's analysis of shit is so inconsistent.
Can't be more inconsistent than Spider-Man.
I'm sorry, bro, that Spider-Man's just the smarter character. I'm sorry.
I refuse to believe that.
Listen,
Don't make me go through the entire list of Iron Man comics just to prove you wrong.
Listen, bro, don't even try that shit. Listen, I get it. You can't understand that Peter is just who's next to be Mingler's victim. I don't know when Mingler's done with some other shenanigans.
Listen, guys, I don't make victims of the verses I go through. I just like certain verses and I decide to read them. Unfortunately, I have to debunk people's preconceived notions. Like with Warhammer, for example. I do love Warhammer. Warhammer is one of my favorite sci-fi series. That's why I spent all this time and all this money going into it. Unfortunately, I have to explain things, and that requires people to be wrong. Sometimes.
Or sometimes they tell half truth.
Yes. Usually, like the second one, usually it's a matter of illiteracy. Like a person has a scan that they think is really impressive. They're like, I got this from this one novel. It's cool. And I'm like, well, let's take a look at that. Let's see what it says. And then they don't give me like the source. I'm like, well, okay. Now I'm kind of mad.
You were saying, Tim?
I got to go do the thing that you couldn't do.
No, I've said my piece. Manglers doesn't want to accept the facts of the world. He doesn't want to accept the truth.
I'm not sure that's the problem. The only reason Peter doesn't do as much as Tony is just resources, but because Peter spends most of his time trying to make do consistently only with having a box of scraps, I don't feel like you can make that argument when Tony literally did the exact same
Very
thing.
poor choice of words.
Didn't like a box of scraps, you say?
Yeah.
Well, I got a story for you.
I've seen the first Iron Man.
Didn't you know that Tony Stark built the Iron Man suit in the cave?
That was like, listen, I'm not that much of a fan of the Iron Man movie, but that is the quote that made that fucking movie. It's just like, this is a guy just being like, we can't replicate these resources. Like, Tony Stark built this thing in a cave with a box of scraps. Like, the funniest thing about it is that he's just so fucking mad.
To be fair, I'd be kind of mad too if like the technology was proven.
No, I think what makes him mad is that he's not mad at the scientist. He is mad at the very idea that Tony did that, and he's just trying to release it into the world. At least we get to know that Corvus Corax is peak. That was probably always true.
Never forget that during Civil War, Tony was correct the entire time, and Captain America was in the fucking wrong.
Peter with only household chemicals makes web fluid. that can hold a slightly angry Hulk. I feel like holding Hulk
Okay.
is kind of like inconsistent, considering Hulk isn't even treated the same way by every writer.
I think
Scaling
sometimes
Community
yeah.
hates Mangler because he told them the truth. That's usually the case most times. Actually, they hate me more because I tell them to read or I tell them to source things. That's where I lose like half of them. It's like, can I have a source? They're like, no, I can't give you that. Oh, then fuck off. And then they hate me.
That was still the funniest. I think the funniest thing I've ever seen when, like 4 years ago, going to the debate to God of War people, it's just like, can you source any of this shit? No. It's just like Volgrim at the start of Dark Knight. This is the breach of the conversation.
Yeah, I at that point I was like, this is a breach of protocol. You have not followed the rules.
I don't think what anyone says.
The truth.
I don't think what anyone says. We are the people who made Palco step the fuck up and get all of their resources.
Generally, when it comes to a specific verse that we're scaling, that does happen. Yes, but only if we make public projects on it. I think most of the projects that we've done, we don't make like videos on Zim's channel about it usually. And for opposite ones, I think a lot of them have gone onto your channel, Kyle, but most of those have been your work. Anyway. Tony was wrong. Everyone knows this. Oh, this is about Civil War? Legally, so pragmatically, no. Legally, yes, he was wrong. Because the Sokovia Accords is disgustingly incompetent, like, legal documents. Corvus Corax tries to infiltrate the Hydra's facility to eliminate their VIP members. Can he do it? Yeah, he'll just walk in the front door. What are they gonna do? See him? You only get that if you read, like, the Warhammer novels. Fuck all of you.
I'm sorry, I'm too busy working out deals here.
Yes, and yes, you have to make deals with demons in order to. Why are you making deals with demons?
Now,
what is a specific reason?
Now remember, Jim, when you make a deal with the devil, you don't have to use tongue.
What did he say?
He said that when you make a deal with the devil, you don't have to use tongue.
Bruh. There are entirely too many ashes in here. Not enough Ashleys.
You can't.
Mangler gets that. Or he should get that.
Sorry, I was muted. What happened?
I said, like, Mangler should get that, or...
Wait. Oh, the supernatural
Yeah.
reference? Yeah, I got that. It took me a fraction of a second to realize it was a supernatural reference, but I still thought it was funny. That's what matters.
Okay, we're gonna save right here.
Hey, Zim.
What?
Fuck you, I am funny.
No, you're not.
I'm aware, but I mean, how many clones of Hulk are there at this point? Dr. Moon, I guess, is more Joe Fixit inspired. Like, when you say clones of Hulk, do you mean like literal clones, or just like characters in fiction that are made to be like the sort of archetype of Hulk? Kaizo. Don't forget, this is the same government that decided to nuke New York, even though the Avengers had it under control. To be fair, at that point, the Avengers Initiative was considered a failure. They were actually going to watch the program, and that was their first operation. And they weren't even cooperating until like an hour earlier. So I actually don't blame the government for making the decision to nuke the city when a giant alien invasion is about to happen and their planet's getting taken over. Given the circumstances and all of the adults in the room not acting like adults, I feel like that's the most responsible decision they could make. And arguably the most utilitarian. And it also ended up working out well because they just used the nuke anyway. It's not like the nuke wasn't used, they just aimed it in a different direction. They're making a deal with Mephisto to bring Rin to real life? True.
For
He'd do it for a Twinkie. Specifically because Twinkies don't exist anymore.
they're still around.
Impossible. What
How
lies?
can they have gone away? They don't have a lifespan. They're an immortal food.
Zim, well, okay, hang on. What deal, if you made a deal with Mephisto, what would he give up? Zim, would you be willing to give up all the Spider-Man media in the world to make Rin a new character?
Why would I want to bring that psychopath into reality?
Answer the question.
I'm gonna have to give you a hard no on that one, Mangler. Well, okay, hold on. I'm going to compromise everything about Spider-Man after Brand New Day. I'm willing to compromise.
Hold on.
Take everything after Brand New Day. I got you.
What? This man was like, all right, hard no. Actually,
everything after the deal with Mephisto, stray dog shit. You can take it. We can compromise here.
I think
You know what? Getting rid of all of that major is worth bringing in a raping psychopath.
I did though. Well, I also expected them to have good sensor tech. They do, but the Alpha Legion is usually monitoring their cameras, so they're not going to be able to see Corvus.
I could tell
the way
that fucking FNAF reference.
The way Corvus's ability works is that if you are looking at Corvus, even if you're looking at him through a scanner, an infrared machine, or any kind of camera, he's invisible to you because he erases himself from the perception of your mind. It's only when you leave the room and a camera is observing him after the fact that he would not be invisible. But for that to happen, you would have to let a camera see him. It would have to trigger an alarm autonomously by itself without another person, which that would never be the case. And then someone else would have to come in and play back the footage.
Look.
As a fun fact, Bruce Banner and Hulk was inspired by Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I don't know who those are.
So, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde were the original characters who had a separate monstrous form and personality based on split personality. Mr. Hyde, or I believe Mr. Hyde was the normal dude, and it was I think it was Dr. Jekyll, right? Yeah, I believe it was.
Rin to
Yeah,
them,
didn't that-
Father, it's me, Rin. I have come to find you. It's a
Yeah, if I
FNAF
remember correctly, wasn't there an Eddie Murphy movie like 20 years ago that did that concept, but more of a cheery take on it?
Yeah, I believe it was. The original Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde's a very dark story because Dr. Jekyll, I think, is the normal one, and Mr. Hyde is the creature. Mr. Hyde is a rapist.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we were full circle on that story.
Why
Yeah,
are there always so many rapists?
Oh, is that what you told me that room was based off Mr. Hyde?
okay, that is not what I said. Hold the fuck up. But no.
Essentially, Dr. Mundo was created through chemtech experiments, which meant mixing chemicals with technology and machinery. He essentially mutated in a blue tongue, purple skin giant, so I guess the second type. What the fuck? Wait, was he in Marvel Comics, though, or was he a completely different character?
Mundo was from League of Legends.
I see.
Dang, apparently Andrew didn't know his sister was getting a rat. Crazy. Yeah. The fuck is that drawing? I'll let you romance me on the spot. Damn.
Hmm. The second type isn't the second type of the clone you mentioned, Mangler, as in the archetypal Mundo clone. Yes. Disturbed has a song from the perspective of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Do they? I would not know anything about that. Ooh.
Alright, so Andrew's just a freak. Alright, understood. All these deals with demons just don't seem to be going in my favor. If only someone could have foreseen this.
You need a ring of salt.
Bruh.
Oh yeah. Zim, did you know that Horus had to sacrifice tens of thousands of people to get the warp to transport him into the soul system past the Mandible Point? Otherwise, most of his invasion force would have been sacked.
The more you talk about Horus, the worse he sounds.
So they explain in Warhammer that there is something called the Mandible Point, which is the shortest distance past where the gravity of a star exists, and that is the maximum distance that you can travel before after leaving the warp. Meaning, like, if you transition out of the warp, the furthest you can go is the Mandible Point. If you cross the Mandible Point, like if you cross that position into the range of a solar system in the gravity of a star, your ship will collapse. You have to travel within like a certain range. He was able to get past the Mandible Point. He needed to get closer because the further he was out, the further hundreds of thousands to millions of kilometers out that he was, the more time the orbital defenses would have to shred his ships, obviously. So he had to make the deal with the Chaos Gods by sacrificing tens of thousands of slaves, the most they've ever had, in order to force their transition point around the warp and the physics of the space around the warp so that the Mandible Point could be adjusted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to make it that far. And even then, he still lost a decent chunk of his fleet.
DXD news in. I do have a little more freedom now, so I have started the third book. Hopefully, I should have a review out by the end of the, well, not by the end of this month, unfortunately. Sorry, I've also been trying to edit the other video, but I've just been having fucking trouble fucking finding space to do it. I'm gonna probably pay for some cloud storage on DaVinci so I can use my laptop to freaking edit it. Alright, so it looks like they've spread rumors in the school that Andrew fucks his sister, but that's not lore accurate yet.
I was gonna say, is it a rumor or if it's true?
So at this point in time,
your position was that's not lore accurate yet.
allegedly
getting
it
there,
might be
guys,
true
but I
in the
have to-
future, but it is not true at the time of this event. Therefore, they are lying. This is slander.
That's like getting off. It's like getting off on a murder based on like a
Is
technicality.
it like getting off?
No, I mean like it's like imagine a courtroom scene where someone's being accused of something and they're clearly guilty of one of the offenses, but because of a technicality, they're like, well,
Your
we can
Honor,
kind of
I
solve that, but-
didn't kill him yet. He dies in 5 years. Therefore, I have committed no crimes, even though you know I'm going to kill him. This is slander, and I will sue the court over
Your
this.
Honor, I haven't killed him. That comes 5 hours from now.
Would that just be the grooming equivalent of killing?
Zim's evil persona, Timatorn? Ah, yes.
Well,
Okay.
you both got
Delayed,
You
but
both
delayed indefinitely.
you both got uncomfortably quiet when I said that, so I didn't know if you just didn't want to even like acknowledge that.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I said for Mangler's scenario, would that just be the equivalent of like murder grooming?
Murder grooming? I didn't realize Mangler agreed with future predicting events and arresting people. That's crazy. I'm innocent, as far as you're all concerned.
I think we would have to. No, I just think that's kind of silly. Because from the perspective that you're in, you're basically controlling someone from another reality.
Could you imagine?
If you're the
Could
person
you
in the
imagine?
reality, I think that's different.
Could you imagine if somebody got off a grooming charge by saying, like, Your Honor, it's like looking at popcorn in a microwave. I'm not going to eat it yet. Not until it's ready.
Bruh. Timazor would be like Risen Abomination. Kyle did not appreciate my attempts to make Rin a more likable character, so I'm gonna have to go a little bit a different direction for the next Rin book. I'm sorry that Kyle doesn't appreciate good writing.
No,
Anyone
because
read or watch
you
No
tried-
Game, No Life?
you tried to half-heartedly put in this fucking weird amnesia scenario.
That
where it's
did
just like,
not
hey,
happen. I took your advice. I backed off on that. I listened on occasion.
Did you listen to the other one I said where it's just like, hey, you've already made him an ass. Just lean more into that.
Yeah, apparently that's what you want from me, you fucking bastard.
So
He just wants to read a book about himself being an ass. That's what, it's just
is asking if anyone has seen or read No Game or No Life.
I have not. I keep hearing it's really good, but I also heard it never got a second season.
Yes to both of those.
Oh, okay, so
I want an electric saw so fucking bad. My arm is getting tired.
you're almost done with your job. Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a gun. What are puzzles this time around?
No, I've still got a whole tree to fucking shut down, but we don't have an electric saw, so I'm doing it manually.
That sucks.
You have no fucking idea.
How do I do this? Oh, okay, I see. We go here. Say which one's evil persona? I can't have an evil persona because I'm just too wholesome for that.
you're speaking to it.
Well, at least my good name has been cleared for now. It seems.
What, the kids no longer think that you're diddling your sister?
They no longer do. After he got a girlfriend, apparently they all decided that that was enough evidence for him not to sleep with his sister.
Have they never heard of double dipping?
Apparently. Timazorn that's a name I've never heard for in a while. Did he possess him again? Last time he did that, he used every bottle of lotion in California. Lies. What would he need the lotion for? Nothing, because that would be unwholesome acts, and I am the most wholesome person in this world. Mangler, do you doubt me? I heard that mumble.
Oh man, that's some bomb artwork. Is that a diamond tank? Hell yeah.
Yeah, boys, I'm gonna save a little bit of battery, so I'll talk to you boys later.
Alright, sounds good. How long has the stream been going on for? Because I still gotta go get groceries.
Give me a sec. I'll check. Approximately 4 hours.
Alright. Okay, I can avoid entonces. Alright, I'll probably be ending the stream after this cutscene, so that way I can go to groceries.
I'm almost done with my book too.
How nice. Well, what a nice, relaxing day where we all get to hang out and just talk about the weirdest fucking shit.
Well, I'm literally watching demons, put an end to the soul system, so, this is a lot more pleasant than what I'm dealing with. Or rather, what these people are dealing with. Never seen so many people die. Awful.
Talking about Zim wants to fuck his sister. First off, that's a lie, good sir. Secondly, I don't have a sister, so, nice try, Sparta, with your bait. Great. This is a perfectly reasonable reaction, apparently, to your brother dating somebody.
Yes. I don't know what's happening right now. I'm currently reading, so you'll have to describe it to me.
I like that yell effect. That's a pretty funny yell effect. Does that a kind of statement? Everything in this universe is an avatar's inventory. That means Ziv is the protagonist of the story who loves his sister. Whoa, hold on now, man. That lore's weird. How dare you? What part of I'm wholesome do you people not understand? Where's the tape at? What's that growling? That is my sister upset with me that I am dating a different girl. That sounds wrong, but this is a really wrong situation. Okay, now I'm confused.
To date people when incest is a problem, or incest is an option, apparently. I never, like, so when you told me there was incest in this game, I thought it was like a situation where the guy or the two kids got a little curious. I didn't think it was, oh, the sister got mad at you for not having incest with her. I was like, wait, there's an expectation of incest? We didn't just curiously stumble into it?
We didn't
the
just stumble
hell?
into it. I didn't just fall down the stairs into my sister. No, Mangler, no, that is not how that works.
My sister wanted me to fall down the stairs. What the hell? Mangler, do you think Callie can survive another time of torment attack? I don't know.
I think I remember that name now, the more he mentions it. Long time ago. I think I've been streaming now for 7 years, technically. I've been on YouTube for 10.
Well, you were at least doing it since I showed up, and I showed up in like March of 2019.
You did?
Which was 6 years ago.
Yes, and I was doing it 4 years before that point.
That is wild to think that was 6 years ago.
The original stream's still up.
I know. Man, time flies.
Nice. Magic. I'll actually play Magical Magic cards of Magic with my posse. Oh yeah, FNAF ended up in Dead by Daylight finally, so that's pretty cool. Damn, we're kicking our sister? Damn. Is it canon in the story though? Springtrap, yeah. I want to know how did Andy grab him and at what point did he grab him right when the building in FNAF 3 came down on fire? Probably. Because the spring trap in Dead by Daylight is FNAF 3 spring trap. He actually has a really cool animation where he mimics that one picture where he's trying to tear off the mask from his head and you can see like his like fucked up head underneath it. Oh, it looks really cool. No, the weed of my adoration for my sister keeps spreading. Oh, that sounds fucking terrible.
Well, that was a sad ending. Not your thing, my book.
No, I trust we're discussing different things here.
Apparently, the main character found out that she was being used as a gateway, a psychic portal to bring demons into the solar system. So once she found out, she threw herself into a plasma conduit to vaporize her body so that they couldn't show up anymore.
That just sounds like it's for the Imperium. That's a good soldier.
Well, she didn't realize she was inadvertently responsible for it because she'd just been a prisoner on a station somewhere by lonesome, and she was like best friends with one of the other main characters, and she basically tells them like, I'm the reason they're here. I didn't know it, but I know now, and I gotta fix it.
No, my flowers. See, kids, this is what we call having issues. On both ends, to be fair on that one. Oh, fuck. I should have called there, damn it.
They have finally arrived at Terra. The end begins.
So, for context, for those of you who didn't watch the original portion, we killed this girl. The girl that she's, visiting. Yeah, Ashley and Andrew, Ashley and Andy killed her. But that was more of a, technically that was an accident, if that makes sense. What's supposed to do with this rake? How old are the three here? I think this is when they're in high school. So they're not that old. I mean, more. I guess they're like 18 right now, probably. Presumably. Well, not 18. I guess they're like closer to 16 at this point. If I remember correctly, their canonical ages are 23 and either 18 or 20. Oh, thank goodness, a plank. The answer to the world's problems. That's because they never intended to kill her, technically. So that's where it's like, it was technically an accident, but like, they did kill her. More
finished
type
the
of spring
soil
trip?
work. It is time for book 2.
I'm pretty sure that would be Mordekaiser, but I don't know where Springtrap scales. I've heard some silly FNAF lore.
Your silly FNAF lore.
Damn.
Yep. Got him.
Okay, this is weird, because like I have the wooden plank, so it has to be somewhere I can climb.
I am for the lost and the damned.
There we go. Ah, the wooden plank. Well, at least it's appropriate incest. Silver linings. Silver linings, boys. Silver linings.
Well, I'm gonna head out.
Alright, sounds
I'll
good.
talk to you later, everybody.
The strongest they can get that he can be forward D uni plus the FNAF spin-off RPG that is called FNAF World. It's kind of ironic that this demon seems to be a lot like the actual demons have been pretty chill for the most part. Okay. We'll go ahead and call it there. I'm curious what the vision room is. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I understand. So that's a scenario where it tells you other hypotheticals you could have taken. All right. Well, that'll be it for today's stream. I do believe Kyle will be streaming later today. And I hope you guys had some fun today. So, with that said, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next streamer video. Take care, everybody. Have yourselves a nice night.